I'm switching over. Hi, everybody. I keep forgetting to change my timer. Thanks for the good luck, Megs. How you doing? I keep forgetting to change my stream starting soon timer to be like 3 minutes again, because it was 10 minutes for the task. Alright, get this Mort cam working. I saw Mort over there. Just chilling. He's got a Christmas enclosure now. I actually remembered to change it. Shade Strike, Shavil, hello! Okay, let me double check. Make sure things are okay. I don't see anything unmuted that shouldn't be, and everything that should be unmuted is. Good. Good, good. Hey, Dragon. Good morning. Nice to see ya. How is everybody doing today? Good to see you're doing good, Megs. Just a second. One more thing. Okay. Certainly doing. That's fair. That is fair. Okay, so I'm gonna be right honest with you. I suck at Shadow of the Colossus. I'm not good at it. We're gonna do our best here. Why are my splits still doing the thing? Okay, hold on a second. This is driving me crazy. My splits keep having, like, artifacting in the bottom corner. Oh, big yawn, Morty. What are you doing, splits? Hold on. No, I want to capture the other live split. You bingus. A live split that is just the numbers, please. Thank you. Okay. I skipped this for a reason, game. Let's get going. So, we're doing new game on normal. Believe that is what Tricofecta does. And I am starting these splits first. We'll start these. There we go, in just a second. Okay, here we go. Mort, you've departed already. Thank you for not staying in place. Call aggro. Okay. Wait, if I started a new game, did it change my controls? No, it didn't. Okay, cool. Cool. Because I want classic. It's the only way I've ever played this game. Okay, so, Tricofecta, right? Tricofecta is all 3 Team ICO games in a row. We're gonna be here basically all day. I don't anticipate really finishing this in less than 8 hours. I think 8 hours, hopefully, will be right about on the money. But, we'll see. So I'm choosing to start with Shadow of the Colossus. Most other people start with ICO. Because I'm bad at this. And I want to get Shadow of the Colossus out of the way. So, like, make no mistake, Shadow's a really good game. It's just, like, I personally am not good at it. So, I would rather just, you know, be done with it and move on to ICO. Which I, you know, haven't practiced for like a month, so it'll be good. And truth be told, I haven't really done a Last Guardian any percent for a while since I've been doing meme runs and all sorts. Victory. Oh, I'm so good at this. But yeah, this is my first ever Tricofecta, so it's more just about finishing it than it is about getting a good time. I'm gonna try some of the speedrunny stuff for some Colossi. For others, I am not. No, wrong button. And, you know, it might work, it might not. We're just gonna have fun. As much fun as I can have trying to speedrun this game because it always makes me angry. Buddy, just wander. Thank you. Okay, I'm up on his butt. That's what matters. Ow, wander. You noodle worse than the boy does. Okay, okay. Made it up here. Whatever. Cool. Did it. Colossus 1 down. As if this is the hard one. So, I'm not really concerned. Well, now that I think about it, I haven't done the jump to quad in a long time. Whatever, I'll try it. Yeah, Mort finally has a Christmas enclosure. He's got like a Christmas tree, he's got presents. Halfway through Treeksmas is better than never. Okay. Hey, aggro. I'm gonna try to do the jump down to quad. Because even just doing it slowly is gonna be better than not doing it at all. Assuming that I don't die. If I die, then suddenly it's horrifically worse, but whatever. So yeah, Tricofecta is timed in real time. I'm just running splits to help me keep track of where I'm going. But I'm not sure. I'll have to check while, like, the ending cutscenes are playing for Shadow or something. I'll have to check whether the time that ends up on the leaderboard is the real time or just the cumulative time of each game. Because I might, unless I, like, PB by multiple minutes or something, I might not hang around for the credits, for Shadow. Because they take so long to get to. Yeah, every second between games counts, but I'm not, like, super worried about it. Also, it's, like, right past this dark thing. It's, like, down here. You stand here. And then, yeah, quad comes out. Okay, where are you, buddy? Quad? Hi. Whoo! Please land on him. I didn't. Oh, I didn't. I'm not dead, though. Okay. Good enough. Am I even close enough to make it to him, though? No, you stand back up. Okay. Ah, jeez. So close. I do have snacks available. I have a table full of snacks next to me. I have water. I'm gonna go get a milkshake that I have in the fridge later, once we actually get to Last Guardian. know, quad could have been better, but I'm not dead, and I'm stabbing him in the butt. It's fine. Wonder, like, I understand these are giant creatures, and that they move around a lot, but you probably don't need to just tumble directly onto your face every time that the wind blows. I don't know how to get a plant on quad. I actually don't really know how to get a plant on anybody. It's always just kind of yay that happens. Except for Celosia, where I technically know where I'm supposed to be, and it just sometimes doesn't happen anyway. Just let me stab one more time, buddy. One more time. Okay. Cool. So the time save there was literally just I didn't use aggro to run down. So even though I almost died, it was still better. Gaius, though. Gaius is gonna kick my butt. Gaius is so hard. And I'm gonna try to do the, like, leg to arm thing, but I get one chance, basically. In any percent, you get one chance. It's not like time attack where you can just, like, reset and keep practicing. I mean, technically, I guess that's not true, because you could just get him to keep swinging at you like that, but at that point, if you're gonna get him to swing at you again, you might as well just get him to break his armband. But yeah, I have to approach Shadow when I'm, like, fresh, and there's still some life in me before Argus beats me down. ICO, I think, will basically go by in a flash. I'm not super worried about ICO. It's not gonna be the best run that I've ever done. Because, like I said, I didn't practice it really very much, but... Hey, Sokasa! How you doing? Nice to see ya. Once I have an opportunity, I specifically bought bananas for Mort. People gave him treats today. And he is in this little tunnel. He's just being sneaky about it. Well, I hope you feel more energized throughout the day, Zokasa. Oh, I hope this works. Like, it's gonna save so much time if it works. But the odds of me getting it on the first try... Mort, that was a question. You're just not very good at grammar. Stayed up late because of a book? Been there. Which book? And hopefully it was the good kind of staying up late. Like, you didn't want to stop reading it. Not like this book is giving me an existential crisis. Hey, Walter. Nice to see ya. How you doing? Thanks for the good luck. I am going to need it. At least for Shadow. Let's be real. I'm gonna need it for Last Guardian, too. Because I haven't completed a full any percent of Last Guardian in a long time. Just because I've been doing so many meme runs and stuff. Because they're more fun. I need endurance, is what I need. I love my job. Don't get me wrong. Like, I love being an editor. It's something that I'm really good at, and it's something that I think I'm really lucky that, like, I genuinely find it enjoyable to do that job. But also, it really cuts into my ability to actually enjoy reading, you know? He's not gonna swing at me. Okay, here we go. Because that was gonna cut this plan real short if he just chose not to swing. Oh, it worked. Oh, I did it. Move, Wonder. Get up this arm. I did not expect I was going to be able to do that on the first try. This is going to be a huge time save. And that's, you know, that's the baby strat. That's the I'm a noob and I'm just trying to beat Gaius strat. But I'll take it, you know? Oh, and I have a plant. Or at least I did. Gaius, please just let me stab you again. In the head. I'm running out of stamina. I'm not gonna risk it. We're gonna beat Gaius. Alright, that's it for that, it looks like. No, no. No, no. You calm it down. Oh boy. Chill out, my man. Oh good. That did absolutely nothing. His stomach sucks if you don't have a plant. Because as you can see, he just walks around and you can't really do anything. Cool, he's dead. I did it! I did it! Yeah, this is normal difficulty, Walter. That's the standard that you would do in a Tricofecta. Thankfully. I tend to be a very quick reader until I start enjoying myself, Sokasa, and then I get really, like, slow. Like, I really slow down and savor it once I forget that I'm reading, you know? I have a hard time focusing on audiobooks, though. I can't listen to stuff for very long, just because of my ears, but also just like, I don't know, something about not having something tactile makes it harder for me to focus. Why is my controller rumbling constantly? Could you stop that? Stop. It's still rumbling. Okay, there we go. Well, I guess I should say, Sakasa, that I'm slower in general, but this is the right way, right? Yeah. I'm slower in general, but I tend to want to skip more. Like, Husbando and I are both people where, like, things are getting good in a book, and then you, like, want to skip a couple paragraphs to see if you can tell what's coming, and then you have to go back and reread everything that you skipped, and it ends up being slower. Get out of the way, lizard! I don't want to hurt ya. I know aggro can stomp these lizards. I don't... Like, I guess I'll try to get up on... Why can't I think of this Colossus's name? Colossus's name. Wow, I can't think of it. I don't know what this horse is called. But anyway, I can try to get up onto her leg, because it's not gonna make any difference. But then... I'm not gonna keep trying to do that. I'm just gonna solve this the intended way. Phaedra, yeah, I knew it started with a P, but I couldn't get Pelagi out of my head. It'd be great if I could get up onto her leg, but I've done that like twice. I know that it's the slow start. Whee! Yeeted right past it. That actually like wasn't too bad though, I feel like. Thanks, aggro. I appreciate you. No, Phaedra, honey, I'm sorry that I called you. Don't turn around. Phaedra. Hey. Hey, look at me. Look at me. Hey. Hey. Yeah, rar rar, I understand. Time to get angry. I have no idea where my horse went. He's like, you're on your own, bro. I mean, I guess aggro's a girl. Stay angry. I need you to be grumpy. Grumpy. Yeah. Alright, now watch very carefully, honey. I'm gonna go in here. And, oh, you're not gonna be able to see me anymore. Now, hopefully this happens sooner rather than later. I'm just doing it the way that I always did as a kid. Because apparently you can climb Phaedra's butt, which is actually the intended way to do it, and I had no idea. I literally had no idea until I watched some speedruns of people like messing around and like that's the backup strat that they used. I had no idea that that was how you were supposed to solve Phaedra. I always did it this way. I mean, you're still supposed to use the tunnels, no matter what. But you use the tunnels to get up onto Phaedra's butt instead of this. But in order to do this, I kind of need Phaedra to go stompy stomp. Anytime. Stop walking around. There we go. Alright, once I'm up here, I mostly feel okay. There's like a slight chance that I could fall, but mostly I'm feeling fine. No, Wonder. Wonder, I'm gonna need you to stop that right now. Honey. Honey, could you stop? Oh, is this a plant, please? Because I'm running low on stamina. That would be great. It looks like it. Well, I lost it, but that's okay. Because that's the end. Alright, I'll take it. It was basically on point for me. Doing it like that way. Obviously, if you do it the actual, like, experience speedrun away, it's like way faster, multiple minutes. And I tried. I tried to launch myself onto her leg at the beginning, but... And I've gotten it before, it's just... Okay. Not really worried about Avion. Avion's okay. I forgot. Okay, so if there's anybody in chat who runs Shadow, could you remind me, because I forgot to look. On Dirge, the 1 cycle, it's 1 stab and then a tiny stab, or 2 stabs and then a tiny stab? I can't remember. It doesn't seem to me like 1.5 stabs would be enough in both places to kill it. Well, I guess number 6 is far enough away I can look while we run there. Because I can give it a try. That's like one of the Colossi where you can try to do the speedrun strat, and like it doesn't hurt you at all to try. Alright, I'm gonna need this. Let me see what I can find. Yaw! That was lame. I was trying to do like a nice launch. Okay. Dirge. Because I think I remember phalanx. That should probably be fine. Let me watch Hammers real quick. Oh, also I gotta sneeze. Oh! Sorry. Oh, I forgot I can skip this. Okay, maybe it is just 1.5. I don't know. I could judge it once I'm there. Okay, buddy. Don't let me fall down, okay? I don't know how to tell what direction he's gonna turn right at the beginning. He has, like, cycles where you can tell whether he's going up or down here. Because if he had been going up, I might not have made it. I'm okay. I can't see. Stop. Okay, buddy, stop it. Okay, no. Okay, no, it's fine. It's fine. Okay. He only takes 1 hit on each of his wings, and I could try to drop here. And as a kid, I actually used to be really good at that. But these days, not so much. Whoa, no. No. Okay. We are fine. Clearly I fell off. during my PV. Whew. I'll take that. Like, all of this is gonna get wiped out by Argus. Stupid Argus is just gonna destroy everything. Anytime now. Thank you. I wouldn't even feel so bad about Shadow of the Colossus as a run if Argus was not the second to last thing I had to fight. Plus, we have big Turtle Boy geysers as well that I think is really just gonna mess with my steez. I've never been good at him. Like, I can complete him, that's not a problem. It's just doing it in a timely manner. Because I can try to grab his side. I have basically one chance to do that. And then if I fail that, you just get him over the geyser, but once you're on his head, like, that's not any better. You have to keep running back to his shell unless you get a plant, which I don't know how to do and I've never done. I should just make a shirt that says soup knives out for Argus. Oh, that's the whole reason that I'm doing Shadow of the Colossus first. Hey, Dragon Sage, thank you for the good luck and the boop. Mort is refusing to be very boopable right now. He's in that tunnel. He just doesn't want you to know it. Is that the right way? I'm gonna say no. I think I remember this fallen tree up here. And I think that this is the right way. Where the path splits here. Yeah, this looks good. Okay. Okay. And I have to remember when we go to Phalanx not to go this way. Because all throughout my childhood, this was the way that I went, and it's longer. Or no, it's Malice that I shouldn't go this way. Let me scope out where Phalanx is real quick, so that we can... Yeah, okay, Phalanx is just right there, so we can still go this way. It's Malice. Which I have, by the way, I have practiced the no tunnels on Malice. Doesn't mean that I'm good at it. Where the heck is... Okay, just making sure, because I can't really see through the sand. So yeah, who knows? I might get exploded by Malice a bunch, but... if I can get that to work, that saves so much time. And after Argus, I'm probably gonna need it. It's just so frustrating to spend so much time and you finally get the Argus hand thing. Whoa. Ouch. Threw myself so far I hurt myself. And you finally get the Argus hand thing and then you don't get the leg launch. It's just the worst. But okay, let's not psych ourselves up about that right now because it sucks and I know it sucks and it's coming up and I'm not gonna let it cloud the whole run, so whatever. I'm not a big fan of Barba either. But he's fine. And there's like a hand jumpy strategy here that I've tried to learn and it doesn't work well for me. as a beginner still. Maybe I'd be better at it now with more practice on Argus, but... Hey Yuzu, nice to see you. Thank you for the good luck. I really need it. The Shadow of the Colossus has been going really well so far, considering my relative level of skill, but all of the hard stuff is still coming up, you know? So... I keep hitting the crouch button as if it's the Call Trico button. No wonder that I keep crouching in the middle of nowhere. Hey. Hey! Look at me, you goob. So yeah, Yuzu, I haven't practiced ICO in like a month. I haven't done a Last Guardian any percent in like 2 months. And I'm kind of lazy when it comes to Shadow of the Colossus, so we'll see. Basically, I just want to finish a Tricofecta. You know? Wonder. You dumb... Ugh. Wonder, I hate you so much. Wonder, you are the worst. Stab. Why are you floating? He's not even moving. Ah. Is that it? Yes. Oh god, which side is his thingy on? That side. Okay. Eh. No. Stop it. You are the worst. Just let me stab you. And then just fall down. Fall down, buddy. Alright. Good enough for me. I'm happy to see that done, because I usually can't stab him that fast in the back, and it gets very frustrating. Hey, Aylis, how you doing? Nice to see ya. What tricks are you hoping to get? Well, I already failed to jump on Gaius. Thankfully, or not Gaius, Quad. Thankfully, I didn't die, and I was just able to get onto his back foot, which is fine. I did the jump from Gaius's leg to his arm, which is like the baby strat for avoiding his armband. I want to do the Argus launch, which I'm still inconsistent at, but I get it like enough that I'm gonna go for it for a while. I've just recently learned, hypothetically, how to do the Malice tunnel avoiding. So I want to try that. What else? Technically, I know how to do the jump on, like, the ribcage jump on Bassaran. And so I'll try that too, and it'll probably fail. And then I'll do it like normal. Oh, I'm gonna do Kaze jump too. Or at least I hope I'm gonna do Kaze jump. So, like, it's not like big stuff, except for maybe Argus. I would consider Argus launch to be kind of big, but it's an improvement from just intended percent, which was how I used to do any percent, so. I'm gonna try to 1-cycle Dirge too, but I don't remember if it's 2 stabs and then a half-ish, or if it's 1 and then a half-ish. So I'll figure it out when I get there. Altriax, hello. How are you doing? This is the right way, right? Yeah, I mean, this is Hydrus. I'll try to do Hydrus 1-cycle too, and then I guess just hope I don't die. I guess in thinking about it, the problem with a Hydrus 1-cycle is that if you don't get it, then when you have to do Hydrus again, you won't have as much health, right? Like, you can basically take one hit at that point. Which is kind of risky, but whatever. Like, I'll go for it. Thank you, Yuzu. I didn't know that. If I'm having a hard time with it, I'll keep that in mind. I don't know what I do while I'm doing it, except that I know that I haven't really had a problem with it. So I, to be honest, didn't even think to practice it. I'm just kind of hoping that it works. If I push the triangle button to jump really hard and then just hope, hopefully I'll make it. Because I'm not even going to try the pillar thing. Like, the pillar thing just gives me fewer chances at Kaze jump before Zenobia gets there, so... Yeah, don't get steamrolled, exactly. I don't even know what to do if I get steamrolled. Like, if he actually hits me down, like that meme, like, guess I'll die? You know? Because he doesn't usually give you enough time to get back up. I didn't know that. Hey, boop for the universe. The universe is now one boop richer. Thank you. I didn't know that mashing buttons got you up faster. I know that mashing, what is it, triangle, I guess, in ICO makes you get up faster. I don't know why I didn't think... Is that true for Last Guardian too? If it's true in all the other games. Yaw. Sploosh. Thanks, Alis. Once I have the opportunity, I will, give Mort some narnars for both you and Sokasa. Hey, buddy. Hey, look at me. Look at me, buddy. Oh, you big electric snick. The truest danger noodle. Yeah, I specifically bought bananas so that Mort could have noms today. Problem is, Shadow of the Colossus, unlike Last Guardian, doesn't give me very much time to actually give them. Okay, I learned from experience not to jump because you don't go very far. Ow. Oh no, 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 no. Ah, I could have made it far enough not to get hit there. That was so lame. I got stuck on something. No, let me up, let me up, let me up. Ouch. Okay, this is not good though. Like, genuinely, this is not good. I think I have to stab this so that I don't get shocked. I need to watch where the water is. Not where my bar is charged to. Or else I'm gonna miss that chance to do that. So that was Dirge 1 cycle, at least, but... yeah, like, that's always been my problem with Dirge 1 cycle, is that I watch to see if I have a full stab charge before I, like, stab. And I learned that I need to watch where the water is, because when you get a full stab and when the water stops you from stabbing is really close to each other. And I think that, like, I was right on the cusp of not having stabbed in time there, and then he would have left. That was my last chance, so... It worked. I didn't know you could roll underwater. That's helpful. Yeah, they're also furry. And to be honest, they did a great job with the fur in the remaster. Because you could tell it looked like kind of janky in the original. It was still amazing for its time, but it looks so good. Hey Rick, how you doing? I am doing well. I'm hanging in there. I'm hoping that this run goes decently quickly because we still have a lot to accomplish today. Alright, I'm pretty sure Kuro is through this one. Yeah. Because there's 3 ways to go over here and I always get a little turned around. You know, Tic Tac was talking about doing a platinum Tricofecta, which, like, I would totally do that if I thought that I could stay awake for 24 hours. It would have to even be longer than that, wouldn't it? How long is the platinum for Shadow of the Colossus? Because I firmly believe that you're not really getting less than 11 hours-ish for Last Guardian with, like, an immaculate platinum percent. And Shadow of the Colossus requires you to max your health and stamina. I don't think it requires you to find all the, like, glimmers, or whatever they're called. Enlightenments. Okay, so 9 hours. So it's not quite 24, just between those 2 games. But I have no concept of how long ICO takes. Because obviously you have to do the speedrun, which is like, okay. But I don't I don't even know what the other ones require. I have never looked at the trophy list for ICO. So I think the problem for me would genuinely just be I can't stay up that long. Because I'm really bad at staying up. Like, when we do New Year's and stuff, I'm just genuinely really bad at not falling asleep doing what I'm doing. Yeah, we're gonna be playing Shadow of the Colossus, ICO, The Last Guardian, and Pokemon Platinum. Just thematically, I think they all fit really well. And Narragon Dave, hello! Thank you for the boop. Aggro, come on. Can we just go? Also, I'm gonna need my bow for this. I don't know how to make aggro go fast through this section, so we're just gonna go slowish. Because I'm a little baby, and that's okay. You can, like, stop and then go again and make aggro, like, auto path really well through here. But I don't know how. So, whatever. We're here. Yeah, I'm glad for games that actually give you pause breaks. Because, like, I wanted to route 100% in Detroit Become Human, which is just gargantuan. Like, we assume that you can't do 100% in that game in less than, like, 70 hours or something. It's huge. And, you know, I was specifically talking to the mods about it, and they were like, no, you don't get breaks. You have to leave your console on and keep recording and everything, and it's like, come on. You wonder why this category is empty, you know? Danny, hello! How you doing? Welcome to the Organization of Lizard Wizards. What will you do with your phenomenal cosmic powers? Can you whistle? I forgot the button. Oh, thank you for the biddies. Okay, okay. Shoot. And shoot. Cool. Fall down. Whee! Ouch. I kind of intended to grab something on my way there. Oh, this is gross. To, like, slow my fall, and then I totally didn't. So in that case, I might as well have just jumped and landed on Kuro. Cool. That's fine. Kuro's easy. I'm not worried about him. Were there trophies in ICO that didn't start with... Yeah, well, yeah, like... The ICO PS3 version has trophies. Yeah. Because it's the version that comes with the PS3 Shadow of the Colossus that has trophies. Hey, Ryan. Nice to see you. Welcome in. How you doing? Thank you again for the, Spyro onesie. I wish to make lizards the rulers of the land. Well, Mort at least would support that claim. You have Mort on your side. I have the power of anime and Mort on my side. Okay, it's Bassaran time. Yeah, Cheville, I sometimes get trophies in ICO when I'm just like playing a speedrun and I have no idea what they are. One of them, like, ICO trophies are really stringent, actually. One of them is completing the game in less than 2 hours. I don't know if that's in-game time or real time. But either way, like, good God. That is so fast. Keep in mind, my in-game time PB for ICO is 1 hour 44, which ends up being like 1 hour 52 or something real time. At least it's in-game time. That gives you a little more wiggle room. Also, hi, Mantis. Nice to see ya. But yeah, like, it's really, really brutal. And I know that there's a trophy for sitting on all the benches. Also, I hope that my cheer thing played. Like, my bits thing. I didn't hear it, but hopefully you did. But yeah, there's a trophy for sitting on all the benches. And that's basically all I know. Oh, okay, aggro. If that's how you want to go down there. Okay, I'm gonna try to do the rib thing, and it's almost assuredly not gonna work, and we're just gonna do this like normal. Which is okay. Like, that's kind of what I'm intending. Because like I said, I'm still just a little baby at this speedrun, so... we don't have to do things the complicated way. I'm not intending to take the platinum, or not platinum, oh god. The Tricofecta world record or anything today. This is my first Tricofecta, we're just gonna finish it, you know? Okay. Well, he didn't shoot at me, which I don't like, because now I think that the timing on this is all wrong. So whatever, we'll just... oh, his ribs were right there. Can I get them? I don't think so. Oh well. He did it, he just did it really late. Which is fine. But I think the closest geyser actually might be that one. I don't know. We'll just get him out here. Aggro, why did you stop running? Yeah, maybe this one wasn't the closest. I don't know. Aggro, you were supposed to turn around. You goober. That's like the worst place for his foot to be. Because sometimes it can stop you from shooting at it. Also, I was really far away. Alright, he's gonna fall this way. He's gonna knock me down almost assuredly. Yeah. So just because we have him knocked down doesn't mean that the problems are over, unfortunately. It sucks because it's so hard to get Wander to actually, like... grab something up here. So, I'm gonna do my... Really, Wonder? That's what we chose to do? Get up here. See? And then he tumbles. Because he is just the dumbest and the worst. Wonder, grab something. Oh, that's okay. It's okay. That should be fine. I think. Because there's places over to the left. Wonder, are you joking me right now? You suck. You suck. This Colossus really frustrates me. But okay, like, come on. There's not a geyser underneath his feet still, right? Because he tumbled. Come on. I missed. Why are you just staring at me? Get over here. And this will kill me after enough time. Hey, buddy. You can stop now. I don't mind losing the time. Like, that's fine. Aggro, you might want to move. Come on. I'm just gonna take those right to the face. There we go. Oh, that just straight flipped him. Well, that's nice. This way's gonna be faster. Sometimes that can happen, which is nice. But again, we have to get Wonder to actually grab. Which is really, really frustrating. And is this his butt? What have I done? Okay. Why do you do that? Wonder. You are the legitimate worst. Okay. Just get up here. Climb this way. No! You dumb... Stop it! Just grab this. Okay, we're up here. You are the legitimate worst. Why would he keep jumping sideways? I swear to God, if you knock me off. Alright, so now we have to keep doing this. Wonder, why, what bothered you there, you big baby? Oh, yeah, I had a cutesy little plant for a second. Just die. He's the worst. Okay, well, he's done though, so that's fine. I'm glad to know that Ruby also hates this one because that makes me feel vindicated. Yeah, you will never see me get angrier than I do in this game. But, like, it's so frustrating because you solve the puzzle and then you don't get rewarded for it, you know? Like, you solve the puzzle and then it's still so hard to just get Wander to do what he needs to do to literally just hold on once he flips over. Like, I genuinely don't care about the rest of the fight, even though stabbing him is also frustrating because he keeps throwing his head like that, but it's literally just getting Wonder to hold on that is the problem. Why are we starting with Shadow of the Colossus? Because it makes me angry. That's genuinely why. Because it makes me angry. Because Argus makes me angry. And I don't want to have that, like, hanging over me for the entire time that we're doing the other games. So yeah, we're just getting Shadow out of the way so that the angry part can be done, and then we'll move on to Eco, which I'm just kind of ambivalent about. Like, Eco's a fine run. Sometimes it goes really well, sometimes it doesn't. Either way, you know, it's okay. I think that if I died in the water tower place, or if I died on West Arena Skybridge, that could really frustrate me, but... What are you doing, buddy? Mort's Christmassy enclosure has kept him very busy lately. He's exploring things, renovating, because of course, you know, I didn't put everything exactly where he wanted it, so... Whee! Alright, for this one I'm gonna need my bow. I also, I guess, want to mark to myself where the entrance to Cenobia is over here. Because Aiden told me about this way to get to Cenobia, and I do think that I like it quite a lot. Yeah, this game is beautiful. Also, hello, welcome. They did such a good job. I will totally shoot him again with Ruby. But yeah, they did such a good job on the remake. And don't get me wrong, like, I keep saying this game really makes me angry. Just as a speedrun. Like, that's all. Yeah, it's over there, I think. Yeah. Okay, cool. Whoopsie. I was paying attention to where I was trying to go for Cenobia. Wasn't paying attention to where I was trying to go now. But yeah, like, it's literally just the speedrun that makes me angry. This game, in and of itself, is fantastic. Is there a pathway over there, too? No, I guess not. Okay. Because last time I went to Cenobia, I took a wrong turn. Like, I went into the area a little bit early. And I still found my way and it was fine, but I'd like to go the right way this time. So yeah, Alis, Sakasa, you both gave Mort treats. I think the first opportunity I'll have to do those is once I kill Malice, who is the final Colossus. Time doesn't stop once that happens. So we have like some cutscenes to watch and stuff, and I can give Mort some nar. So yeah, I'll try to one-cycle Dirge. If I don't, it's not a problem. I'm kind of expecting not to, but it doesn't hurt anything to try, so... We'll just give it a go. I think he's over here-ish. Lewis, hello! Hi, Dirgy Dirge. Let's go, buddy. Well... Where are you, friendo? Come on. There we go. Come on, Dirge. I need you to catch up with me. Boy, I am just not a very good shot today. Okay. Good jump, Wonder. That was spectacular. Okay, that does... I think it's 2. It almost has to be 2. And then... I don't think that was enough. He didn't leave, but I don't think that was enough. Well... Okay. Okay. I did one cycle him. I will take it. Yeah, this fight is definitely like... It's super not clear what you're supposed to do. Which is like kind of cool. It can get frustrating. I think that if they would have... I don't know. I was gonna say I think that if they would have made his eyes blue, like the sigils, it would have been a little bit clearer what you're supposed to do. But I guess all of their eyes turn orange when they get angry. And that would be like thematically not right for that not to happen. So I don't know. I don't know how I would make it better, but I agree that it's pretty unclear. And once you do figure it out, I like it, you know? Just the same with the water puzzles in Last Guardian. Like, I had no idea what to do the first time that I played. And then, now that I know what to do, I think that they're really clever. Hey, welcome! The ICO 20th, yay! I'm glad people are still watching that. But welcome, hope you're doing good. Thanks for stopping by. We will be getting to Last Guardian. Last. Because it's my forte, as it were, so we're saving it for the end. When I'm gonna be tired. Imagine doing Shadow of the Colossus tired, though. Like, oof. I can't do Shadow of the Colossus when I'm wide awake. Ryan, I thought you were saying hello to me again. And I was like, hi! Again? That's also true, Cheville. Like, it felt wrong to do it anywhere that wasn't last. Because of the title. It kind of would have been nice to do Shadow last. Just so that we could, like, watch the stuff, you know? To see my in-game time and to watch all the final scenes and everything, because they're cool. But... yeah, exactly, Temporal. They're always memes. Also, welcome, Temporal. Nice to see you. How you doing? Mort is doing a heckin' sleep down here. Okay, so if I'm remembering right, it's this rock? No, it's not this rock. I'll figure it out. Just give me a minute, I'll figure it out. I'm not doing the torch thing, by the way. Yeah, it's this rock. Like, I'm not trying to drop the torch and pick up the torch and everything. Oh. Wonder. Wonder. I'm just trying to walk away here. Ugh, okay, I made it. I made it. I really don't like doing that, but it saves so much time. Okay, buddy. I don't like this fight. It's cool in theory. I really don't like doing it. Because if you let him wander around, you know, then it's really, really easy to just never have the opportunity to stab him. And it's really frustrating. Hey, my guy. Get. Yeah, I mean, this run is decent. Bassaran was frustrating, but he always is. It's literally just, I actually got really basic things to work. So, that's basically it. Like, just me jumping down here like that is gonna save a ton of time. Because I'm still just such a noob at it, you know? Oopsie. So yeah, like he's already just really taken me for a ride here. I just need to find the plant, which hopefully he will give me an opportunity to do here. Because Lord knows, you don't have a chance to stab him if you don't have the plant. I think that might be it. Dude, just stop for a second. I just need like a tiny little baby stab. Thank you. Yeah. So literally just jumping down like that was enough to save me 3.5 minutes. So I'm running against just really inexperienced splits. It's very easy to save time if things go right, so. You let him wander around. I see what you did there. Hi, Morty. How's it going? Okay, so that gives us a little bit of wiggle room to not fall behind on Argus. Which is my anticipation. Like, Argus is gonna suck, y'all. And I've practiced. But, like, we still have... I don't know why I went this way. We still have the opportunity to save a lot of time. Like, if I can actually get the launch in the first couple tries, that would be gargantuan. Getting the no tunnels thing on Malice to work would be gargantuan. Like, that would genuinely be like 5 minutes or something, so... There's a lot that can still help. But we'll take it one Colossus at a time. I should do Animals of the Land again. That's such a fun run. Hey, Foxy, thank you. I appreciate it. Things are going well enough so far. I can't really complain. We've had some unlucky things happen, but that's just kind of par for the course, so I'm not really upset about it. Barry, hello! Merry Treeksmas to you too. The Trico part of Treeksmas will be like 4 hours from now or something, but we'll get there. What are you doing? But how are you doing, Barry? I know you've been busy. Hopefully things are working out okay. Also, I really hope I'm going the right way. I'm pretty sure. Oh, I don't remember. Temporal, if you're still here, what's the stab cycle on one cycle Pelagia? 2 big, and then a tiny, and then a big? No. 2 big, a 90%, and then a big, right? Because I want to try. There's no harm in trying, right? That's good, Barry. Well, just hang in there. I believe in you. So 2 full, a 95, and then a full. Or whatever it takes to kill him, right? Oh, 1, 95, 1, 1. Okay, so I had it a little bit backwards. Thank you. I don't think I've ever gotten it to work, but I can still try, you know? Mort, what a good climber you are. Look at this good Mort being a good climber. I believe in you. You believe in me. I believe in the us that believes in the One Piece. Okay, I'm not doing this fancy, like, jump around the side and everything. We will take this slow. Slow and steady wins the race, right? And yeah, if I have to do both parts of Plagia, it's not like it's the end of the world. It's fine. Yeah, this game is so beautiful. It was revolutionary for its time on PS2. We don't talk about the PS3 version. But they did such a good job. I was really disappointed to hear at first that Bluepoint was taking this remaster. Because Bluepoint had done the PS3 version. And to me, that is just spicy garbage. So I was disappointed to see that they had taken it again, but they did such a good job. They did a great job with Demon Souls 2, obviously, and I've come to trust them a lot more with the remake stuff that they do. Like, the PS3 version is fine. I think that just, like, for me, having grown up on the PS2 version, it was a tough pill to swallow. I know that you can jump to his face, so I thought I would try. It just felt so different that to me it was hard to get used to. I think that if you started with the PS3 version, it was just perfectly fine. You know? But to me, having played on PS2, which was most likely a lot clunkier, to be honest, it felt like Wonder was just coated in butter all the time. Wonder. I'm holding the grab button, my guy. My guy, I am holding the grab button. Just get up here. Which? Hey, are we back? I see myself, at least. Like, on Twitch, I briefly see an image of, myself. Come on, Twitch. You can do this. Sakasa says yes. Hello, Sakasa. My Twitch suddenly stopped loading. So let's just wait until maybe it gets its act together some more, I guess. Thanks for hanging around, though, everybody. Uh, through the midst of, me not doing anything for, like, 10 minutes? I guess it wasn't quite 10 minutes, was it? Well, we seem to be maybe hung up again. I can't get my Twitch to load. So Casa said I was audible. It's just you and me now, Sakasa. I tabbed out in the game so that we can maybe not spend in-game time. But I left the main Tricofecta timer running. I'm assuming none of you can see my stream. I saw it for a brief moment, and then like it's really trying. It's flickering for like a second, and then it keeps going away. And I can see chat through OBS. Like that's still happening. But it shouldn't be that much longer. Like it seems like it's almost sorted out, so and it seems like I know Ryan is saying to me that he can't even connect to chat. So I'm imagining that there are some of you here who like are here but can't actually do anything. So we'll just hang around. Like it seems better than it was. Yeah, Twitch is just kind of having a spasm for a minute. Well, that's a good opportunity, I suppose, to open my Cheez-Its. Got my Boxio Cheez-Its. I got like a bag of Skittles. Got some water. A well-rounded meal. Okay. Cool. I'm staying, folks. Like, I don't care that Twitch is having a problem because I am picking up the stream where we left off whenever Twitch decides to get its act together. So, I'm just here in the meantime. I tried like 3 times to put that cheese in my mouth and it just would not. Yeah, so I wonder what the difference is. Like, so Casa, I wonder why you can chat and Ryan can't. Like, I don't, you know? Not like I'm complaining. More, back in your tunnel. Okay, so really, really longathon has sent out a ping. Being like, hey, everything is gone. Let's see. I have done the phone. Oof, I've done this. Stop it. I've sent my invoices. Did this. Come on, Twitch. We believe in you. Oh, it's so close. Like every time I refresh, it flashes it for a second. Like it knows. Just can't do it. Oh, okay, so temporal can see it now? We're getting there? It's still not back for me, the streamer, which is, like, weird. Okay, well, you know what? While we still wait, unless, yeah, I see Sokasa, I see temporal. If I can see that other people are starting to get it too, we'll keep going. Until then, I could have sworn that I got my Twitch recap thing. Where is it? There we go. Okay, let's see my streaming recap for the year. I was live for 225 hours, which isn't really that much, but okay. Almost 3,000 hours watched of me from you folks, which is pretty great. Number 1 game, Last Guardian, of course. ICO number 2, Pathless 3, Shadow of the Colossus 4, and Just Chatting, which would be Sumo or the painting, was number 5. Um, my largest hype train, 228%. Lol, used in chat 721 times. Ryan, you are the winner with 102,205 channel points accumulated. Way to go. But you all together accumulated just shy of 500,000 channel points. So that's exciting. Top emotes, praise the Mort, love Mort, lol Mort. Very exciting. I'm gonna mark this as not read so that I can, like, send a picture later. And don't forget that it's there. Alright, Twitch, are we ready to go? Oh? Closer. I've got, like, the bars that say welcome to the chat room. Yeah, like, it won't even let me send chats, so we'll wait some more. What is Twitch saying on Twitter, I wonder? They're probably just like, oh, it's fine. Ah. Twitch. I don't know if it's Twitch or Twitch support, whatever. Well, not Twitch, because they're not saying anything about it. Twitch support. They haven't said anything either. Maybe they're just, like, trying to fix it. Hey, Rick, I can see you. So you're here. Oh, hey, I have video this time. This time when I refreshed, I have video on Twitch. But not, like, I have video and I have chat, because Rick, I can just see that you said not only Twitch. But I don't have other stuff. Because I don't want to go offline, right? I don't want to go offline and go back online, because I feel like that would make it worse. It probably takes more data to start a stream than it does to keep it going. Says I, the person who knows nothing about the technical aspects of streaming. That's weird, Rick. The it's like phone only. I get data, right? I guess is probably why. Because you can get data to still have it work. Because Rick, um, Pale Tease, I can see both of you in chat. So I wonder if the people, Ryan, if you can hear but can't chat, are you chatting on a computer? I guess why would you be able to hear if you were on a computer? It's just interesting. Hey, CJ. You have come at an excellent time. I think you were one of the few people that can actually chat. How you doing? Yeah, there's an outage, CJ. We've been here for about 10 minutes at this point. I think right about 10 minutes, 10 or 11. Um, Waiting for stuff to come back. The people in chat who can chat seem to be chatting from their phones. So, I think if you're on a computer, it's not really working. Yeah, what? Oh, wait. I have an idea. I have an idea. But it probably won't let me do this while I'm live. Yeah, you cannot change these settings when you're live. So, I could try changing servers. Which server I stream to try to find one that isn't down. But that would require me to go offline. And I'm afraid that if I go off, I'm not going to be able to get back on. So what do y'all think? Should I go offline and try to find a server that lets me on? Or should I just, like, wait? Well, I don't mind waiting. That's what I thought, CJ. Down detector is very, very red. Yeah. I think it's, like, so widespread that they're going to be super, super on it. Hi, Ryan. I can see you again. That's fine, CJ. We can figure something else out. Obviously this is delaying me too. So I'm not even sure if we are still going to be able to proceed with the Tricofecta. I'm not sure it's going to be done on time anyway. Yeah, Ryan, you're connected. Can you hear me? I'll wait like a minute for you to answer that to see if you can hear me. Because it seems like people's phones are working, which makes sense to me if this is an internet thing, because then you can use data. Um, I wonder. Yeah, so I'm seeing, let me zoom in here. Near Chicago, well, that's not really out though. Network, yeah. So there's a bunch of stuff at Chicago, at California, Arizona, Virginia, um, Italy, Bucharest, and Japan that are all internet outages right now, which is like super weird. Yeah, what on earth is going on? Okay, here's my idea because this would be cool. What if we just got hit with like a solar flare? That's a thing, right? That can disrupt internet for a little while, right? If you get hit with like solar radiation. Usually it only disrupts radios, I think, but maybe. I don't know. Hi, Noodle. How you doing, buddy? Because like if we're gonna have an apocalypse, um, like okay, if we're gonna have an apocalypse, I don't know. I think I would prefer like a solar apocalypse than like an alien apocalypse because aliens could be really mean, right? They could be. But solar apocalypse is probably more just like poof and then everything's gone and that's probably like not so bad, right? Hey, people are coming back. I'm seeing more people actually chatting. Hello, everybody. Thank you all, by the way. If you can hear me, thank you for hanging out for so long when Twitch has been down. I still can't see the video, um but more of you are here and I see that. So, that's cool. Y'all are lovely for hanging out. Yeah, it could be like a little security threat too. Okay, Walter's back to normal. Um Ryan's kind of back to normal. Aki's IC is back. Today's the final day of the internet. I feel like, what if this is just like delayed Y2K? This is what everybody thought would happen. Hey, Aiden. Yeah, can't get on Twitch on PS4, but can on mobile. So yeah, it really does seem like a network internet thing. I wonder what's happening to the Twitch VOD. Like on the VOD, because I've been live this whole time, am I still like, am I just sitting here for 20 minutes? You know? Or is it also black on the VOD? I wonder. Yeah, it didn't account for leap year, so it's finally catching up. Because, yeah, once enough people say that they can see, I might start going again. So we've got Walter, which is good. Good, Aiden. Okay, so you can see the stream too, because I pulled out to the trophy menu so that I wasn't spending in-game time. So that's current, like that's correct. Okay, let's see. What else is going on? Hey, thanks for the lizard treats. Once we get the video like actually back up, now that everything is paused, I'll just go in and give some more banana. So I guess that's why Twitch support isn't really saying anything about it. Oh, yep, now they are. They just said we're aware of several issues affecting the servers. Um, and then it's basically just everybody underneath being like, help me with these other things that aren't the current problem. Yeah, Aiden, I think that it's just literally like internet servers, like in a bunch of places. It's not just Twitch, because people are losing connections to like Apex and all sorts. I wonder if Husbando has. I'm gonna ask Husbando if he has. We'll see if Husbando has internet. Okay, okay. So this came through a little bit better this time. I can see popular channels, I can see my title, and I can see chat. That's something. Okay, now I can see my friends, I can see my stream. Husbando says it seems fine at work. I do see that, Walter, yes. So everything looks normal on my screen. Now. Hopefully it's coming back. Because I'm refreshing and I'm still seeing my followed channels, my recommended channels, my title, my stream, the chat. So can you all see things? How many of you can see things? Walter, I know you can see things. You've been the first one to see things, so. Oh, okay. Fantastic. Great. It seems like things are working a little bit better for people. So, in that case, while we just wait a little bit longer, just like a minute or two, to let other people who are still refreshing come back, I'm gonna go and give Mort these treats. Because Alis, Sokasa, I believe it was Akiza, also gave treats, so Shade Strike, I see you. Hello. Merry Mortsmas. I'll be right back. I'm gonna give Mort some banana for all of the treats that you all have cashed in. Oof. Okay. Ray, hello. Hello, everybody. Oof, okay. Getting back in here. Mort now has his treats that you all have so kindly bestowed upon him. Uh-oh. Are we losing it? Are we losing it? I lost my followed channels here. Oh no, they're back. Okay. So I'm going to assume that enough people can see. Barry, hello! I'm going to assume that enough people can see that we can go ahead and proceed. So cool. I need to get back to these splits. Alright, let's start these up again. Oopsie. And we're back! We're here! Well, that was fun. Yeah, I mean, I paused the actual, like, Shadow of the Colossus timer. I didn't pause the, like, full run timer. So technically, you know, if we have to use that time, then that's the time we have to use, and that's okay. I figured I would do one of each. Okay. So. 1. That was not right. Oh, did that one not even count? Are you joshing me? I tried to stop it at 95 and that wasn't enough. Like, I did the full 100. That's too bad. Buddy. Buddy, can you not? Can you stop? Please? What part of you am I looking at here? Did the channel go offline? I don't actually know. Because, like, to me, it didn't. It said that I was live the whole time and everything, so I don't know what that's gonna do to the Twitch VOD, you know? Yeah, who knows? Like, whatever. It's fine either way. Hey, buddy. Can you not? Whoop! Stop. Oh, help. Oh, God. Why would you do that? Okay, okay. This is getting gross. Oh, jeez. But he didn't go and break the thing, so I don't know if he's actually gonna, like, let me do this. He's just as broken as Twitch is. Thanks, Danny, for the lizard treats. We'll see how many of the bananas that Mort currently has he actually wants. Well, that's good. If the VOD is fine, then that's, you know, good enough for me. Why are you leaving? What? What? Why is he leaving? Oh, and now he's doing this? I've never seen that happen, that you had to do this 3 times. What even? Chap cam whenever Chap is sitting in a location where you can actually see him. Basically, I check every time. Yeah, like, Mort is often on cam. Can you stop turning this way? Why aren't you turning the other way? Mort is often on cam, but realistically, I do a quick survey of all my reptiles before stream, and if any reptiles are sitting in, like, a particularly nice location, I'll put them on cam. Mort! Eat your narnar. He smooched that narnar, but he don't eat that narnar. Oh, this is like the worst place for him to be. He's not facing anything. Mort, eat your narnar. Don't just walk on it. Like, I get it, dude. You're doing lizard hibernation. I get it. Yeah, they're teeth, I think, which is a little bit weird, but you know, if that's Mama says that's okay, if that's the way you're made. Look at this guy just chewing all of my time up because he like glitched out. Whoa. But whatever, that's okay. We're here for the memes. Oh, it's taking 6 years to get him over here because he was so far away. Let me off. Let me off this crazy ride. Hey, buddy. I'm gonna need you to pay attention, okay? Pay attention, buddy. So for the first time in the run, we are behind because I had to do 3 cycles on this guy. And now he's just being a butt about it. Yeah, do your little shimmy sham, I get it. Yeah. Did Biscuit actually work there, Ryan? Or did you try to do Biscuit and then you used the follower emote? Because I would be thoroughly surprised if that was working. Because Mortbot obviously isn't. Hi. Gross. What if this is Trico in disguise? Trico really slimmed down and changed his look in between games. Let me see if I can figure out what's happening with Mortbot here. That's connected, that's connected. I'm gonna restart. Let me reboot my Mort. See if we can get it to work. You know, you make a compelling argument, Barry. Okay. I want to watch that cutscene. I'm not going to watch that cutscene. Now we have Phalanx. Who I'm going through the woods for. We determined this earlier. I took a look. We're going through the woods. Yeah, no, it was certainly not you that broke. I guess the internet all around the world just had a collective brain fart. Oh, Big Yawn Morty! I saw that. So yeah, like if it gives you perspective, right? My splits say 124, and I paused those while the internet was down, but I didn't pause the main timer, which is currently at 157, so we were down for a while. It's kind of like freaky, isn't it? To think about how much just went wrong because of one thing. And I guess Husbando was fine because, like, why would he use Amazon Web Services for a law firm, right? But yeah, like, a bunch of mobile games were down. Mobile as in, like, internet required to play games. I'm sure somewhere in the world, somebody was doing a very important raid somewhere in some MMO, and they just lost all their progress, and they were probably very upset. Okay, maybe this is a really ill-informed question, but like, does Beyonce still sing things? Because I don't listen to the radio, I don't know. The last I heard of Beyonce was that she sang something for the live-action Lion King. Do you not listen to the radio either, Barry? Because I certainly have no interest in listening to the radio. Phalanx, there you are. Poof. And a poof. What? How did that not hit? And, oh boy, that's going pretty fast. Alright. That should be all of them. I'm so sorry, buddy. Okay, so I kind of only a little bit remember how to one-cycle Phalanx. Basically what I remember is don't do full stabs because then he'll like do his little twirly whirl thing. Hate that. Okay. So just do like most of the way stabs. Or something. Nope, I was incorrect. It was don't kill the sigil. So all I did was waste time. I am a pro gamer. I'll have you know. So it's 2 stabs on each. Probably. And full stabs are okay. Yeah, okay, that wasn't even necessary. Turns out Phalanx mostly just needs more practice, is what we're learning here. But I love this fight. I'm not gonna complain having to do it again, because this thing is gonna close. I'm not fast enough. It's gonna be close, though. Actually, no, 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 no! I was so close. If Wonder wouldn't have done that little shimmy thing that he did, I could have actually done it in one cycle. I'm just a goob. Like, whatever, it's fine. Whee! Ouch. Whee! Ouch. Elegant as a dove. I've made it back to the ground. Where's my horse? There you are. Oh, Aiden, I didn't even look at chat and you told me. Agro's a good girl. She does her best. Okay. Let's just do this. Clearly I didn't get the one cycle in my PB either. So it's fine. Oh, I feel like that was really cool. Isn't that how you do the really, really fast Phalanx? You, as in actual speedrunners of this game, don't you, like, get it to just dip low to the ground and then you don't have to do this at all? Yeah. Hey, I made it to his back this time. Okay. So jumping is like faster. It's just spooky is all. Okay. We literally just need one stab. Stop roaring. One stab. Pyaw. There, I made my time back. Yeah, the Colossi- uh-oh. The Colossi really do feel huge. Phalanx especially. Like, he's by far the biggest besides, Malice. But, like, lengthwise, he's the biggest. What sound did I make, Ryan? I gotta plug in my controller, hold on. Oh, husbando! Why'd you plug in the eye thingy? Hi, Dragon! Welcome! Yeah, things are back. Okay, sorry. I was leaning away. Oops. I have trapped a dog hair in the PS5 controller. Okay, there we go. Okay. Oh god, you know, this whole Twitch outage made me temporarily forget that we still have to fight Argus. And that was a blissful state to live in, because now it's becoming real again. Because Zenobia is the only thing between me and Argus. Yeah, that's right, get your soup knife ready. Like, I am warning you, people. I am warning you. I am going to get angry. No other game, speedrun, makes me angry like Argus Shadow of the Colossus makes me angry. Barry, Argus is like the monkey guy with the sword. He climbs out of like a chasm. He's the second to last one. Yeah, thank you. I feel vindicated that other people also don't like Argus. Like, it's tough because he's not that bad necessarily if you just do him the intended way. But the speedrun way, the way that I'm going to be trying to do it, sucks. Because you have to, like, manipulate it so that you can kill the sigil on his hand without getting him to drop the sword, and then you have to go back down, get him set up, and successfully do a launch from his knee to his head. And it's like, ugh. And I'm still, like, a beginner at this speedrun, so that's still really hard for me, and I'm still really inconsistent at it. It's really cool. Like, if you can do it, it's really cool. I almost forgot where I was going. I was gonna go back to Dirge. Yeah, he is kind of still bad in the intended way as well. He's just takes forever. Also, no worries, Akiza. Everybody learns at some point, right? I never noticed that broken tree back there. This way. I hope. I hope it's this way. Oh, temporal, I didn't do it! I didn't do it! Yeah, so, like, this is a good opportunity, right? Also, I really hope this is the right way. For those who didn't know, because like when I first joined Twitch, I primarily joined Twitch as a streamer without ever having really watched stuff, because I wanted an easy way to save my VODs. That was literally why I joined Twitch. And so I didn't know a lot of like the like chat stuff and all that, and I didn't know like the history behind Pepe emotes and things like that. And so there's no shame in just like having somebody be like, hey, you know, re means like it's associated with making fun of autistic people. And I was definitely in that situation where I was like, I didn't know that, you know, thanks for telling me. So pre-vodocalypse. Yeah, exactly. Like, you can't fault people for not knowing what they don't know, right? And that's how I learned, like, that Pepe is often associated with, like, problematic causes and all that stuff. So, yeah, no worries, Akiza. Like I said, you don't know what you don't know, so... And even just, like, it was literally, like, a month ago or something, I said something that I learned was, like, not something that I wanted to have said, but I only learned it in retrospect. So it happens all the time. There's always people introducing new words and stuff, and so there's always stuff to learn, right? Okay, Kaze jump. Please, can I have Kaze jump? I really hope so. Because, to be quite honest, I don't know what to do if I don't get it, so... Okay, we made that jump. So that's a good way to start. Yeah, that's the... Ryan, that's like an encapsulation of multiple things all at once. Okay. Yeah. Oh, I did it first try. Well, I am satisfied with this. Yeah, like there's a way you can launch yourself up onto the pillar, and I'm like, I don't need that. I don't need that, because this is almost as good and way easier. So Mort kind of only vaguely cares about his bananas, it turns out. Okay, buddy. Hey, get angry. Okay, this is going well. Yikes. I hope that I'm up. Where am I? Where am I? Oh, I see myself. Wedged underneath some debris. Good. Yeah, Mort's banana aromatherapy. Oh, where? Okay, this is fine. This is fine. So now I'm doing it like the little baby way. I'm gonna let him run into this. And then I'm gonna stab him. And then if I don't get the plant immediately, I am jumping back off of him and he's running into this again. But I think I have a plant. So we'll kind of stay in here. Yeah, look at that. Wow. Okay, clearly I didn't do Kaze jump in the PV. I could be like 10 minutes ahead. But I mean, it's fine. Like I said, I'm not actually like trying to PB or anything. I'm literally just doing a Tricofecta. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Have a good day. List of fruits that doesn't make Mort go bananas. Mort hates blackberries, actually, which is weird because most reptiles really love them. Chap adores blackberries. Mort hates them. I think that they're too hard, you know? Like, they're hard in the center a lot of the time, and he's too lazy to put in the effort. Okay, it's Argus time. I'm gonna get angry, but we're not gonna get too angry, okay? Like, if it doesn't work, then we're just gonna do the intended way, and we're gonna finish the run, and it'll be okay. Oh, is there an alternative one? I didn't know that. But yeah, like, we were almost 5 minutes ahead on Celosia, and then Pelagia just ate it. And then before that, you know, I was at Kuramori, I was 3.5 minutes ahead again, and then lost it, so there's a lot of potential here. But I still think that all of it is gonna get sucked up by Argus. Which is, like I said, it's okay. I'm not trying to PB, I'm just trying to do a Tricofecta, it's okay. Yeah, I've never seen Pelagia go 3 times. I don't know why he went in the water the first time. Because, like, yeah, I didn't do the 1 cycle right, but that doesn't mean that you get 3 cycles, that just means that it goes like normal. Okay, I'm letting myself get, like, psyched up about this. We're just 1 step at a time. Because, like, I want to do it, not necessarily because I want to go fast and have it over with, although that's a big part of it, but because I want to show you, because it's cool. It's a really cool trick if you can do it. Yeah, it made him cranky because I sat in the pause menu on his fight for like 20 minutes. Am I not worth it to you? It was just the weirdest thing. But hey, I mean, it should, hypothetically, be pretty easy to not have that happen again, right? That's always the best feeling, right? When someone is like, oh, this is problematic because of X reason. And the people who were actually affected by it are like, actually, you know? Like, I love seeing Japanese people, when somebody comes to their defense, being like, you can't wear a kimono. Actual Japanese people being like, we love it when people wear kimonos. What are you talking about? You know? It's really pleasing. And that's not to say that there's not, like, important... Okay. important thoughts to be had about cultural appropriation and stuff. It's just, like, you can become kind of too much of a vigilante on behalf of other people, right? Yeah, to be quite honest, I'm not entirely sure about the history of Pepe, just that I know that it makes a lot of people uncomfortable, and that's, like, enough of a reason for me to not use it myself, you know what I mean? But I couldn't really tell you its history at all. Yeah, I'm glad that the creator, at least, is like, hey, you know, I'm not down for this. Not like they have a choice in the matter, because when things go viral or when things become popular, you don't really have a choice anymore, but still. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna die a lot, probably, because the way that you reset this is dying. Alright, Argus, let's just do this. One step at a time. One step at a time. Okay, so that's not good enough. I can't land on his bracelet. I have to land on his hand. And I knew from the beginning that that, like, wasn't great. So that's okay. Like, I kind of expected that. Soup knife! That's right! Get your soup knives out! Soup knives for Argus. Okay. No, no, no. No, no. Okay, this isn't necessarily what I've ever seen him do before. I think that was a mistake in my movement. Now he's doing it right. Okay, so there's the hand. Alright, so here's the hard part. Not that the hand isn't hard, but... Oh, I did it! I did it! I did it! Yes! Don't you dare fall, I swear to God. Wonder. Could you not? Oh man, this is gonna save so much time. Oh, I did it! I am so pleased. I've never gotten it that fast, and it was like way high even. Oh, thank you, Temporal.
Get that soup.
Yeah, JK, I got the launch on the... Like, technically it was like the second try, but it was the first try where I actually got the hand. Because the first time I grabbed his bracelet instead of his hand, so I had to go die. What does soup have to do with it? So, Barry, Argus is my least favorite, and I was really, really frustrated because I was practicing him and I could not do that. For the longest time, I was going like 40 minutes in between being able to do that, and it was really, really frustrating. And I got so angry that I started shouting, and I wanted to say, you know, Argus, I hate you. I want to stab you with a rusty soup spoon. But it came out as, I hope you get stabbed with a rusty soup knife. Which, you know, I chose the only utensil that is incompatible with soup. Which is just kind of Argus in a nutshell. Like, everything is wrong about it. And so it's been, soup knives for Argus ever since. Okay. Yeah, my sword is soup knife, but only for Argus. And I have little Mort stickers that's just like Mort with a butter knife that says soup knife. Okay. So we're going to Malice. Now watch, like, Argus went so well, now watch me lose all of that time on not being able to do tunnelless Malice. Because I practiced. I did. But, like, if I get hit, I think I'm just done for. So we'll see. I'll give it a try. Alright, so I see the gap there where Malice is. I think aggro has to stop on the pedestal. Or don't bring a gun to a soup knife fight. You will lose. I want to do the tunnels, Cheville, because they're safe. Well, you know what? That's not even true, though. Like, the tunnels are hard, but they feel safer. Because basically what's gonna happen if you've never seen somebody do, like, the speed run for Malice... I don't know how to get down. You're supposed to go through the tunnels, right? Like, the intended way is to go through a bunch of tunnels so that you're safe from his laser beams. But you can get him to the point where he's, like... his aim isn't right, somehow. I don't exactly know how it works. Temporal might know how it works. But his aim, like, isn't right, and you just basically run almost right up to him, and he doesn't hit you. How do I get aggro jump? How do I get down to the ground? The real time loss was the routing that we lost along the way. Okay, okay. Aggro jump! Jump, aggro! You... Aggro! It's like a bunny hop. Thank you. Okay. You know, first try. First try. I don't know, like, if Malice doesn't go badly, I kind of want to see what my in-game time is. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, exactly, JK. First try launch on the first real attempt, so... that's never happened to me before. So I'm pleased with that. Obviously, I'm still way behind somebody like Tic Tac doing a Tricofecta because Shadow is his main game. But that's okay. No, Shavil, we're not practicing or anything. I don't know what you're talking about. I swear to God, though, if I die here... like, I'm gonna let aggro just do this. Bye! Shuriker! Farewell. And so I like the song that's playing right now because it's actually like, it's just like a generalized death theme, but it's connected with the Colossi. That's where you hear it throughout the game. So it's almost like this sense of, like, you did this. You know, everything that you're doing to these Colossi and everything, this fool's quest that you're on is what's causing all of this death. You know, and all of this pain and suffering. I mean, then again, is it a fool's quest? Based on the results that he gets at the end? Is it really a fool's quest? Getting philosophical up in here. Also, hi, Digital. Nice to see you. How you doing? Agriker! What would the hybrid of all three companions of these games be called? Yorda, Aggro, Trico? Agricorda. Shove them all together and it would be just a horrifying creature. Hey, okay, it could be like a Pegasus. Because aggro would be the horse, Trico would be the wings, but it would just have to have like a human face. Or it would have to be wearing a dress. Well, I hope that you got your wish, Digital. Okay, okay. I can do this. I can do this! Ah! Heh. Whistle. Here. Okay, so I'm gonna get hit there. I basically always get hit there. It's okay. I just gotta... I gotta get down. Just gotta get down here. Okay. No, it got me! I don't think I can save it from here. I mean, it's okay. Like, I'm still learning how to do this, so... Well, okay. Yeah. No, 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 no. Oh, I'm so close. Oh, let me in. Don't hit me again. Yeah. Oh, I made it. Oh, look at my health. If that final one had hit me, I would be dead. Oh, man. Temporal, you've never seen that route because I suck. You've never seen that route because I'm a noob who doesn't know what I'm doing. Okay, I made it. Yeah, ooh, no, 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 no. I don't know why that last one didn't get me. Like, by all rights, it should have. And it wouldn't have been, like, a big deal, because I could have just tried again. You know? Like, you start from the beginning of the fight, so it's like, okay. But, still, I'll take it. Now I just need to not fall, though. You know? Like, I can technically still fall from Malice and die, because I don't have very much health. I don't know why they miss, Barry. Like, I don't... Like I said, maybe Temporal knows, maybe Aiden knows. I don't know why they don't hit you. Or at least if you're good at it, they don't hit you. They hit me, but... Just... Could you stick your... Thank you. Whoa, what are you doing? Why would you do that? Stop. Oh, okay, I grabbed. I wasn't going to, but I did. Alright, we're almost there. Almost. Almost, almost. Just hold your hand. Okay, just like don't fall, please. Don't fall. Don't fall. Oh, why didn't you jump? Okay. But I got my sword. I'm up on him. No, no. No, stop. 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 Okay. I don't really see how I can fail at this point. Malice, buddy. Could you stop though? My dude? Could you stop? Okay, buddy. I'm gonna need you to not, alright? Just like, for just a second. Oh, I really didn't want to end up back down here. Alright, alright. Oh, that wasn't anything. That was nothing. I've accomplished nothing by repositioning. Like, oh my god, just let me stab you. I wanted to try to go back and get a plant, but... Oh, you goober! Just let me get you. Oh, jeez. All right. Okay. Let's catch up with chat. More, did you eat your bananas? I don't think you did. Let me go! I guess that's true, Aiden. Like, the game expects you to not have gotten to where you got to. So it wouldn't... Like, he's not actually tracking you, right? Okay. Get thee gone, folks. Get thee gone. Like, I want to wait for my in-game time. That's gonna, like, ruin my Tricofecta time, but whatever. Because I ended up 10 minutes ahead. So yeah, I'm gonna wait for my in-game time, because this is a PB by 10 minutes. Real time, of course. So I'm literally just trying to stay out of their way, by the way. If you're wondering why I'm just kind of back here. Because these guys, see them just very slowly hustling. I'm just trying to stay out of their way. That is actually, like, a good question. Aiden, does in-game time pass if I pause? Yeah, I do have, like, a little tail thingy. Which I never really noticed. Yeah, it's like a little flappy tail thing. I didn't notice it either, Barry, until, like, I don't know. I was watching, like, Tic Tac, like, 2 weeks ago or something and noticed it for the first time. A little flappy fishtail thing. Mort, don't stand on your nar-nar! What are you doing? Okay. Speedrun strats. That was actually going really well. Yeah! I did it! 202. Okay, so in order for us to get the in-game time, we have to actually, like, watch all this stuff. But I'm really happy with that as a Shadow of the Colossus. Like, I was sure that Shadow was gonna take me, like, 2.5 hours. So... And, like, technically, if you're looking at the full timer that counts for the, like, half an hour that Twitch was down, it did take me 2.5 hours, but... Like, whatever. I'm really happy with this. But thanks for the GGs, everybody. So we're gonna move on to ICO. We'll save Last Guardian for last. But yeah, we're gonna watch this so that we can see our in-game time. Thanks for hanging out, Temporal. I appreciate your help. And like Aiden, JK, y'all are here from time to time when I'm doing Shadow to help me, and I appreciate that. Look at Mort! He's just making a bed out of his narnars. Yeah, I don't think any of this is skippable. So, while this is playing, I'm gonna go to the bathroom in between runs. I'm gonna go, like, unplug the PS3 controller and everything and do all that. Eco's hard. Like, I feel it. Eco's hard. I only played it for the first time in, like, March or something. But I'll be back in, like, 2 minutes. Give me a second. Well, give me 2 minutes. In the meantime, chat, what's your favorite color? Discuss. Your homework. Okay, I'm back. I've got my PS3 controller. Oof. We are gonna have to switch feeds, which means for a little bit you're not gonna be able to see any game, but we'll do that after we see the in-game time, obviously. Morty, don't want your narnars? That's okay. I mean, ICO's 2-platformer, that's fair, because, like, the platforming is hard in it. It's just kinda, it feels a little janky, you know? It's charming, but I definitely like it better as a speedrun, once you kinda get the hang of it a little bit, you know? Oh, yeah, I did answer you, Barry, but you didn't get to hear it. What's wrong with the PS3 version? I think that the people who originally played the PS2 version, like me, found it really hard to get used to. And for the people who started with the PS3 version, it didn't make any difference. Like, it was fine. Because I played the bejesus out of the PS2 version. And so, switching to PS3, it really felt like Wander was just covered in butter the whole time. Like, he wouldn't hold on to anything and all that. But if you started with the PS3 version, I think that it probably feels like great to you, you know? So I think it all kind of depends on where you came from. Morty, eat your narnars! Morty's not much for narnars today. Yeah, like, for me, I played the PS2 version, and because when I played the PS3 version, I never had a PS3 growing up, but Husbando did. So Husbando was like, oh, you know, I never got the trophies for Shadow of the Colossus, so I played through the PS2 version real quick, and then I switched over, and I was like, it's okay, I'll just get you the PS3 Platinum real quick. Yeah, that was a mistake. We still don't have that Platinum because I got so frustrated that I wouldn't finish it. Villain, hello! Welcome! Yeah, he's like super wiggly. Oh, Morty, you're doing a good dig. Good job, buddy. Okay, so I'm saving these splits, and then I need to mess with splits and see what's actually showing up here. Well, I mean, it looks like it just worked. So that was easy. We did PB, villain. Well, I mean, I guess technically we need to wait for the in-game time at the end, but real time we PB'd by 10 minutes, so... Yeah, 2 more games to get through. I'm Mort. Gonna take a nappy over there, buddy? So we're heading to Eco next. I'm saving Last Guardian for the end, because even though it's the longest, it's also the one that I, like, have to think the least about, so... Yeah, we're finally tackling our Tricofecta, which was supposed to be yesterday, but then I didn't realize until too late that I had to go with Husbando to some, like, work thing, so... But hey, chronological order! Now we get the horned boys for Eco, out of Wonder being turned into a horned boy here. Alright, I'm eating some more Cheez-Its. And then I'm choking on Cheez-Its. So Mr. Mort, he doesn't really want his Narnars. If you're in a science-y kind of mood, the reason he doesn't want his Narnars is because he's brumating. Which basically is just reptile hibernation. His metabolism slows way down, so he's not usually very hungry. Yeah, we played them in order of timeline today. Most people, when they do Tricofecta, do them in order of release, which would be ICO first, and then Shadow, and then Last Guardian. But I did them in order of timeline, not because of the actual timeline, but because Shadow is the hardest for me, and I wanted it to be done. Yeah, just like Aiden said, you can, like, make the baby move a little bit. Just like in the scene in Last Guardian that's like 3 minutes long or whatever, where Trico's carrying the boy around, trying to, like, wake him up. You can move the boy during that, too. He just moves very slowly. Yeah, being picky buttheads. Exactly. I'm surprised that Sam is still eating. He usually goes off food in October. And he's still eating. So I'll feed him for as long as he's eating, but he can stop whenever he wants. But yeah, like, I make food available to Mort, and obviously on, what was it, last Thursday, Shade Strike cashed in special treats, and Mort got some, like, turkey liver pate, and he ate some of that, so. We had this song in our wedding. It's called, like, The Sunlit Earth or something. I can't remember. Yeah, we just had a lot of music from a lot of games that we had played. And then that was playing, like, on a shuffle during the reception. Just, like, calm, relaxing music in the background. Like, Cass's theme from Breath of the Wild was in there, too. Just goofy, fun things. Oh, walk down the aisle to Zelda's Lullaby. We walked to the 30th anniversary orchestra of the Final Fantasy theme. And the bridal party, which was 4 people, walked to a piano version of DuckTales Moon theme. Oh, Wind Waker! It's all video games in here! Like, neither of us wanted an actual, like, wedding. We did it anyway because we thought that, in retrospect, looking back, we would be happy that we did. And that's kind of true. But it was super small. Like, we had 29 people, I believe, including us and the wedding party. So, like, we just played for funsies music at the reception. Nobody danced because neither of us liked dancing. Okay, 133.19. So there's that. We have that, as our data. I'm gonna go switch the games, so what you see is going to completely vanish. You're still gonna see Mort, I think, but the game is gonna go away, so don't panic. I'll be right back. I don't even remember what my old PB was, Aiden, but I'm pretty sure that this was a PB for me. Oh, there's so many chords. Thanks for hanging out, Barry. Nice to see ya. You and Nova have a good day. Okay, I think everything is now properly hooked up. Okay. Now I have a controller, and now I have to get it to work on OBS, which is this. Turn it to this. It freaks out for a second. Then we turn it to this. Oh, there we go. We have done it. Okay, cool. On to ICO. Yeah, I think that we're actually making pretty decent time, all things considered. Like, even the fact that we're less than 3 hours, including the Twitch outage, is pretty decent, I think. So. Boy, I am gonna have to remember how to play this. Alright, let's go. Skippy? Please? Start button is the skip, right? It felt like it wasn't skipping. Thank you, Digital, for the good luck. Yeah, like, I'm gonna be completely transparent and say that I haven't played ICO in like a month. So, we'll see here. But it's just for fun, you know? Alright. Okay. And we're in it. I'm glad that I got ICO to work because that was the one that I was most concerned about, like, technology-wise, not getting it to show up. So, I'm glad that it worked. Whoopsie. Okay, I think it's to the left. Cool. For some reason, I get a little bit turned around there. Oh, this controller feels gross. But yeah, I don't really care about getting, like, graveyard skip or whatever. Like, as long as I don't die in West Arena, it's probably fine. You know? Fail. I did that last time. I just couldn't, like, make it onto that chain, which is weird. Yeah, so this is the PS3 version. It's as much of a remaster as this game ever got. The PS2 version is actually different in terms of, I think, both speedrun and content. But yeah, it turns out there's actually, like, huge differences between some of the versions of this game. like country blocked versions and stuff that save like an hour off the run. It's pretty intense. It'd be fun to learn. Yeah, so NTSC is what's the difference between NTSC and PAL? Thanks, Ryan. Appreciate it. Hey, Tic Tac. Thanks for the good luck. I appreciate it. How you doing? The end of my... Because I've already done Shadow. The end of my Shadow run was just absolutely bonkers. It was... I got the Argus launch, which I never really expected to get. But then my Malice, I tried to do the tunnelless thing, and basically should have died. I don't know... Oh, really? I don't know why I didn't, but I did it. It was just the sloppiest, weirdest Malice routing you've ever seen, but it worked, so... I think I could have skipped that, now that I think about it. Ruby, hi! Ruby, I'll have you know that I also shot an arrow at... No. At Bassaran as I went past, because he gave me just endless trouble, and he was just a right butt cheek, so... What was the final real time? 2:02. Which, for me, was a 10-minute PB in real time. But obviously, like, it's not great, but for me it was good. Because, yeah, it's the first time I ever got Argus launch. I got Dirge 1 cycle. Pelagia took 3 cycles, because the first time that I stabbed him, he went back down into the water, but he didn't break one of the towers. Which was super weird, and I lost a ton of time on that for no reason. I don't know why that happened. Phalanx, like, I just messed up, which is fine. I got Kaze jump, which was cool. That's true. Well, so the 3-hour timer that you see at the moment, right down by Mort, is technically the Tricofecta timer, but Twitch went down for half an hour, and I kept that running, so it's half an hour faster than that. But Tic Tac, I don't know what we want to do about that, because I think the VOD is fine. From what we could see, the VOD is fine, but I don't know if we, like, how we time it. It was mid-run. It was on Pelagia. So I don't know what to do. Like, if it's not valid, it's not valid. Whatever. But, like, I think on the VOD, I think I'm just sitting there for half an hour. On Twitch, nothing was happening. But I don't think I ever went offline. So, I mean, we can use the timer that I never stopped. You know? Because the timer that currently says 3 hours and, like, 1 minute or whatever has been going since the beginning of the run through the Twitch outage. It never stopped. So we can use that one. Like, that's fine. Ruby. Yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about. Good luck with Last Guardian. Pop in. I should be here for most of the day as well. Pop in if you need help. If Trico gets stuck yelling at the White Tower, the best thing to do is usually hop off of him, call him, and then hop back on, and hopefully he stops. So So yeah, basically what I did, Tic Tac, because I wasn't sure how to handle it. Okay. Like mod-wise. How do I do this? I wasn't sure how to handle it mod-wise. Was I stopped the actual splits for Shadow, but I didn't stop the main Tricofecta timer. So we have like one of each, depending on how you want to handle it. I don't know. Like, we can figure it out. I mean, that's okay, Tic Tac. I'm not trying to beat anybody's PB in Tricofecta. I'm literally just trying to finish one, so that's no problem. If you want to add the extra, like, half an hour of Twitch outage time, that's okay. Yeah, feel free to hang out, Ruby. It'd be nice to have you. You can watch me die trying to drop down to where the bombs are. I wish Sancho were here because I don't remember what I'm doing. But hey, I remembered not to move that box, which is, for some reason, a big step for me. Yeah, I seriously haven't played ICO in like a month. Yeah, I mean, Tic Tac, we can take a look at the end. If it turns out that the VOD is super messed up, then we don't even really need to worry about it, you know? We'll just have whatever Tricofecta time I know that I got in my heart, and that'll be that. You can do it, Tic Tac. I believe in you. By the way, did we determine that the race is starting at 4 p.m. Eastern? Just so that I, like, know when to plan. That'll work just fine, Ryan, I'm sure. I'm sure that'll go great. So... Okay. Real talk time, I'm not gonna drop down to the bombs. Because it's been long enough since I did this run that I think there's a not insignificant chance that I could die doing that. And that requires me to play basically the entire beginning of the game again. And so I'm gonna take like 15 extra seconds to just walk down there. I'm just going down here. Yeah, Ruby, that's how I always feel in Shadow. Like, I'm just here to play a game. Whatever. You know? I'm gonna be super last. Just... I swear. These bomb things. Just... Heh! Light on fire! Yeah! There we go. Alright, well, it's done. Come on, Yordi. I would nope. I would be happy, Ruby, to trade tricks with you. I desperately need help. You're gonna hate me for saying this. I desperately need help on Bassaran. Because like technically I know how to do the rib strat even though I couldn't get it to work today. But it's just like I guess if I do the launch, I don't even need to worry about this. But with the rib strap, if it fails and you have to tip Bassaran over, I just want Wonder to grab. I don't want him to fall off when Bassaran tips himself back over. That's all I want, you know? And I can never get that to happen. I'm trying to think what else. Phaedra also, I just can never get to work. I know what I'm supposed to do. I know, like, that I'm supposed to do the leg thingy. And I've gotten it to work before, but I don't know. Shadow Tash, hi! Welcome! I don't have alerts, like, audible to me at the moment, but I appreciate you. Thank you for the resub. The animation was done by Gab Zero, and the kazoo was done by Sancho, of course. When you have a kazoo problem that you need solved, I think there's only one person to call. Shadow Tash, the Tricofecta is actually going really well so far. I PB'd in Shadow the Colossus by getting Argus launch and then kind of getting Malice tunnels in like a super sloppy, scary way. Which I want to clip because it was absolutely like... It was painful to watch, but it also worked. You know what I mean? I got hit, I think, 3 times, but I still made it. And I shouldn't have because a laser went right through my face. And that should have killed me, but it was fun. It was exciting. Hey, at least I got this one right away. Chuck it. Uh-oh. That wasn't right. It bounced off the wall. I've literally never had that happen before. Like, that was just bad aim on my part, but I've never aimed like that before. Can you tell, Ruby, that I am not very good at ICO and that everything in this game terrifies me? Based on the names of my splits. But I like ICO as a speed game more than I liked it as a casual game, for sure. Which is kind of a unique place to be. That's not usually where I'm at with games. Okay, like 15 minutes isn't the worst. That's fine, whatever. Okay, Yordi. You stay here, okay? Stay there. Don't follow me. Yeah, like part of the reason that the graphics are the way they are is because of the settings that I'm streaming them at. I'm streaming them at the same thing I'm streaming like super fancy Shadow of the Colossus at, and it kind of makes it weird, but whoops. Okay. Can you, JK? I had no idea. Do you like playing Last Guardian as a casual game? Yorda, please, for the love of God, get down here. I think at this point I kind of can't play Last Guardian as a casual game. That is not what I want to see. Oh, they are like right there. Run away, Yorda! Yeah, oh, I'm so surprised. Yeah, I get it. I think I might just die. I don't know that I have enough time, because she took forever. Okay, where is Yorda? Is she still in the air? Yeah, they're still taking her. Alright, camera, for Pete's sake. Okay, well, at least I don't think I'm gonna die. Because I can just get her out of this. She's in this one, right? Come on, honey. Get out. Okay, so these guys are like right directly on my face. Okay, I can last for a little while pushing this box. Oh, are you kidding me? That guy was standing in front of it such that I couldn't get it. What a jerk. Yorda is less controllable to me. Come on, honey. And that's probably just because of my experience with Last Guardian, but... like, I think that Yorda is harder to control. Yeah, take Yorda again. It's fine. Just let me push this box. For Pete's sake. I don't mind going to drag Yorda down again. It's just... I needed to get that box in there. Alright, she's coming out. Come on, honey. Let's go. This graveyard was spicy garbage, but that's okay. Like, I didn't expect it to go well. And part of the reason that it didn't was literally just because of Yorda. So, like, she did poorly. Right at the beginning, she just absolutely did not listen coming down the stairs. And that delay caused her to get caught really early, so... it's fine. We're past it, so as long as I don't die, that's all that matters. Ryan! Hi! What on earth are you doing? Hello! What were you up to? You were here like 30 minutes ago. What were you doing? Okay, let's do this. Oh, Ray was streaming. Gotcha. Well, welcome. Thank you for the raid. This is going a little too fast for my taste. Okay. Okay. That ended up going just right. But welcome back. How was the indie world? Anything fun? Anything exciting? Oh god, I always forget this part. I don't like the windmill. Which is like a super weird thing to say because it's not that hard. But for me, I fall off this dang thing all the time. Lots of ports and lots of games about being depressed. Yeah, that's about right, right? For indie stuff. That's kind of the mood that has been here for the last however long. There have been a lot of, like, critique kind of games about you know, mental wellness and coping with life and stuff like that. I didn't have to wait that long, but the truth of the matter is I forgot what button was jump. That's the honest to God truth. I was going to hit circle, which I think might have dropped me to the floor. Okay, Yorda. Get over here, honey. You ready? I can't see. There we go. Also, tell me what you think of this idea. I have been contemplating, Yorda, honey. I have been contemplating playing Undertale for the first time. Because everybody who's everybody loves Undertale. And I know that it's a bad idea to stream it. For obvious reasons. Do you think it would work if I streamed it emotes only? Because I don't know, like, Husbando also wants to play it, but... Like, I don't think that he wants to play it enough that he would stop me from just, like, streaming it on my first time playing it. You guys, like, going down there, or...? Okay, I think she's probably fine. We're gonna go in here and hope she doesn't get caught. Come on, Yorda. Oh, Yorda, you're right here. Get in here. Get in. Oh, that's beautiful. Look at that. So I don't actually have to, like, kill these guys, right? I can just get... They won't take me, right? Oh god, but this guy's, like, right here. Run, 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 Yorda, run! Yeah! That was lucky, Ruby. Like, you can position her... Sancho explained to me that you can position her underneath that balcony in such a way that they, like, get stuck up there. And so they don't go down and capture her. But getting her in exactly the right place is, like, pretty hard. And I just got lucky there that it happened to be the right place. Well, I'll take it. Like, usually what happens is I try to do that, and either she gets captured, or I get to the point where I hop down and open the door, and then she, for whatever reason, like, struggles to follow me in. She takes too long or whatever, the door closes behind us, and then all we've done is waste a bunch of time, and I have to fight the shadows anyway. But Sancho, I'm sure, could walk you through, like, if you really want to go for that all the time, where exactly she needs to be to make that work. And, you know, the assumption that she doesn't move after you put her there. What is my controller doing? Why is it doing... Controller, please? Okay. Alright, I did, in fact, want to fight the little one first. Okay. So I think that went really well. That's the end of that fight. Honey, can you move? Oh, way to go, Yorda. You just stomped that guy's brains out. Jeez. Alright, Yorda, let's go for a ride. Whee! Yeah, I didn't actually know she could walk on those. Oh, is Twitch gone again? Oh, you're back. Welcome. Hello. I'm glad to see you back. I don't know why I pushed that extra time. Come on, Yorda. Yorda. Come on. Why would you jump that way, ICO? Oh, God, this controller. It has a problem with the joystick, but I don't have another one. But welcome back, Lewis. Nice to see you. Yeah, apparently, like, half the world just, like, exploded for half an hour earlier. Amazon Web Services went down, and, like, everything crashed. I'm running this on a PS3, Ruby. Because I think you can only get it on PS4 if you do, like, PS Now, right? Let me down. But I don't know if there's any, like, actual substantial difference, like, gameplay-wise. Okay. Yeah. Nailed it. Okay, if these guys could just turtle, that would be great. Turtle up, gentlemen. Thank you. Finally, they did that for once. Just have Yorda do like a permanent loop of stomp, 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 stomp. I've still never played this two-player. I've been meaning to do like a two players, one controller kind of dealio. Two players, one player, you know? So, I don't know. Maybe in the new year, I'll give that a try. Because between playing Legend of Dragoon in my childhood with my feet and moving Mortcam with my feet, I feel like I could do pretty decently controlling somebody with my feet. Okay, I have to remember to call Yorda. I can't just pull the lever. I always forget, and I pull it once for no reason. Well, see, the thing is, Ruby, Legend of Dragoon was like my entire childhood. I love that game so much. And I didn't, you know, I was just a little kid, so I didn't know about speedrunning. Come on, Yorda. And so all I wanted was to find new ways to play the game so that I had an excuse to keep playing it. And so that was like doing additions with my feet, you know? And I got really good at it. Does it serve any practical purpose? Absolutely not. But you know what? That's okay. It was fun. You know, I got down here once. I don't know how. Before Yorda got captured a run or two ago. And I don't know what the difference was. Come on, Yordi. Already on our way. I am pleased with progress so far. Mort, what are you doing? Yeah, he's just being Mort. Knocking things over. That's your Christmas tree, my dude. The reptiles get their own Christmas trees and stockings. Thanks for stopping by, Ruby. It was nice to see you. Let me know if you have any questions about Last Guardian. But other than that, good luck. You can do it. You like Trico enough to like treat him well, and treating him well and being responsive to him is the basis for a good speedrun, so I think you can do really good. Yeah, there's always a bunch of people, Ruby, that I'm like, well, I like you a lot, but you always stream when I'm in the middle of something. Come on, Yorda. Mort would hate a Santa hat. He hates anything on his head, because blue-tongued skinks have a third eye on their forehead. And so it's basically like you're putting something on his eyeball. If you put something on his head, he hates it. I'm not gonna save at this bench, I don't think. No, I messed it up. Sam, on the other hand, Sam does not care if you put stuff on his head or anything. He just really, really does not care. That's exactly right, Dragon. That's exactly what it's called. It's mostly used to, like, perceive shadow and stuff, so he can see if, like, a bird is gonna swoop down on him or something. He can't see out of it super well. But he doesn't much appreciate trying to put hats on it. Even though he would look fantastic with a Santa hat. Come on, Yorda. Yorda, Yorda, Yorda. Climb, 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 Yorda. Oh, she's coming. She's actually doing it. Come on, Yorda. Oh, I haven't gotten this skip in forever. It's because I hit the ladder immediately. Like, that's what happened. Oh, that was dope. Do I need a sword? No, I can't get the sword. Yet. I feel like I'm forgetting something, and yet this feels right in my muscle memory. So, it's probably right. I think I'm confusing it a little bit with West Arena. Oh, I didn't split because we didn't save at the bench. So I just like didn't split. I'll take care of it in a second. Okay. So far so good. Anytime now. There we go. Come on, Yorda. Get over here. Yorda. Yorda. Alright, she's with me. Get the sword. I skipped the cutscene a smidge too early. And then we just don't even get the shadow. Because this went well. Yeah, I could not have asked for a better East Arena. At least so far. Come on, Yordi. Okay, stay there. Ugh, this, though, I am not good at. Just, cut the rope, bro. Cut the rope. Cut the rope. Alright, come on, honey. But yeah, I haven't gotten that skip in a long time. So that's really, really nice. Did I still have the sword? Yes, I should still have the sword. Yeah, Aiden, I have been meaning to, like, tidy up my splits and actually make them more, you know, splitty. The window boxy thing is the place where you're climbing up a rope and you can drop the box onto Yorda's head. You know? In the area right after you drop the chandelier. Yeah. At least you understand that one. That one's pretty easy. Okay. Whew. I really don't like those jumps because I've missed that before and just fallen like all the way back down. I don't remember if you die, but I do remember that it was sucky no matter what. Okay. In here. Good, good. I guess there's no sense in calling Yorda before this is over. Honey, could you come up here, please? Okay, so we're through here. Oopsie. Yorda, come here. Come on. Well. Alright, come on, Yorda. We're going through here. Oh. I think that was my fault. I took the corner in kind of a weird way. And like based on the graveyard we had, we're gonna be behind, so. And that's okay. This is literally against my PB. We don't need to PB. Yeah, this place isn't scary. This place, once you get to this point, it's like, okay, whatever, let's just finish this, you know? Stay here. Yeah. Woohoo! That was close. She almost didn't come down with me. She's very far back on that. But good enough. Alright, we take this. I am gonna need the sword again. I have to remember to come back for it. But, you know, for now, Yorda, you can come with me because you're gonna need to be on the other side. What are you doing? One more. I know there is. There we go. Okay, Yorda. Come here. Stay, like, right there. Because I need this. And then... Hey, she made it. Nice. Ooh, I gotta stretch my legs. My leggies. I don't think I'm gonna take another break until, like, basically the credits. Oh, I don't think I was supposed to call her. I think that kind of messes everything up. I've done it now. I mean, she still got in kind of the right place. Not really. That was a big boo-boo. Okay, she's like here already. Hey guys, can you not, please? Come on, Yorda. I gotcha. You're okay. She should be fine if I just take her through here, I think. So you just stay there. Like, I think she's okay if you do that. So that I wouldn't have had to wait for the extra shadow that was still hanging around. We'll find out. Yeah, like that was just me making a small mistake, so. Not a super big deal. Especially like with the sword. Like, oh no, I had to kill those shadows, they died in 2 hits, whatever. Why can't you do it the other way in PAL, JK? Is it like a timing thing, or does it just work differently? Come on, honey. Okay. I'd like to get this on the first try. I typically do. There we go. Very nice. So now it's basically just West Arena and Waterworld that suck. And West Arena can be fine. I shouldn't have spoken just yet because this room can also really, really suck. Yorda, stop pulling on me like that, honey. You're slowing us down. Where are all the shadows? Let go of my hand. Okay, we made it. Oh, that's true. That's true, JK. I forgot about all, like, the jumpy stuff, you know? I like that Yorda panicked there. I've never seen that before. I've never seen her, like, panic when you fall off of something. Okay. I always let myself stop coming through that window because it's so easy to just keep walking off. Push. Come on, Yorda. Yep, window boxy thing, exactly. Yeah, it all makes sense. Actually, we'll save a little bit of time on it, which is kind of nice. Somehow. I wonder what I did in my PB that made that kind of bad. Okay, like, I guess you don't have to follow me, that's fine. Now, knock on wood, none of this section bothers me. I've never really had too many problems with it. I've had one time where Yorda, like, didn't hop up onto the box like she was supposed to and got caught. And that was real spooky, but it was alright. Come on, Yorda. Ah, those sudden camera changes, I tell you what. Okay. But yeah, I find this to be a pretty relaxing part of the game. You'll be okay, Yorda. Hey, nice. She seems like she's listening decently well today. Like, I don't think she's shaken her head yet. There she goes. Okay. Okay. So yeah, I'm not super worried about anything until West Arena. Like, I'm not a big fan of, like, the water tower place. Not the water mill, but, like, the little village place where you throw the bomb and destroy the thing. Just because for some reason I tend to die there. It's like the just absolute nonsensical ways to die. I guess I shouldn't really celebrate until pump jump is over with, even though I've never had a problem with pump jump, knock on wood. Also, what's the weather like for y'all? 'Cause it's getting kinda spooky foggy outside. The atmosphere, like, outside kind of suits the eco universe at the moment. But it's not really snowy. It snowed for a while. We had a big windstorm on, like, Sunday or something. And then it's just been kind of bleh, kind of bland. Hopefully nobody was around where the tornadoes were. Sunny and 58, that's not bad. I think it's like 37 or something here, like not quite freezing. Freezing rain is rough. I hope that the weather like around Christmas isn't too bad, because we're going to be traveling to his family a bit. Come on, come with me. Whoa, I have 72. Jeez. I mean, I like that. I like warm weather, so that would be really nice to me. ICO, get up. I tried to, like, salvage that since it took me 6 years to get up here. There we go. Alright, so no problem on pump jump still. I'm the kind of person that, like, if it could snow and also be 70 degrees, I would love snow. I would adore snow. But the fact that it has to be cold for there to be snow makes me very much dislike snow, you know? Yorda, are you coming? She's literally just standing there. Yorda, get down here, you goob. I can definitely say that this... I don't know why that's been happening to me lately. Because I'm doing it the same way I always have, like, pausing. But anyway, I can definitely say that when it comes to puzzles that were left out of the other versions, I would definitely be happy to see, like, this one not be there. That's appealing to me, not having to do that puzzle. And I don't usually have problems with it, it's just kind of annoying. An annoying little detour, as it were. Yeah, that was one of the puzzles that was omitted, right? This whole wheel doesn't exist. It's just like a ravine. Oh, Yorda, look at you. Way to go. I guess pump jump would also be left out, right? If this was left out. Are those are basically the only main things? Like it's not like woo. It's not like you're missing, I don't know, the entire water area at the end or something. Because I'm not entirely sure what all is gone in the other, like, international versions. Okay, you stay here. I guess that's true. Like, if you're missing... The entire game world is built kind of around that puzzle, and then to just take it out would also be confusing, I suppose. That makes sense. And so they just released, like, an incomplete version because they didn't have time? Is that what it was? Like, that's why those puzzles are not there, but they are for the American version? They just released ahead of schedule or something? Yeah, the deadline for the release. It's sad that that's still such a problem, you know? Like, I get it with any other product or service or whatever. You have to work on reasonable deadlines, but the problem is they're not usually reasonable for games, you know? Like, that's why I completely do not care that there was no Silksong news at, whatever thing just happened that I can't remember. Because I would so much rather they take 5 years to, like, have good mental health and make a good game than to just rush Silksong out in 1 year after Hollow Knight, you know? Yeah, that cover is bad, though. That makes me laugh every time. ICO, the middle-aged teenager. Okay. All down, ICO. Your girlfriend is waiting for you. Come on, Yorda. Yorda, why are you running away, honey? I would love to get lucky enough that we don't get, shadows in the elevator, but Eh, you know? Yeah, that probably didn't do it any favors, being marketed as action-adventure. I guess because he has a sword, right? Or at least for some of the game he has a sword. Because this is about as far from action-adventure as you get. This is a puzzle platformer. This is a puzzle platformer, escort mission. I do think it's interesting, because, like, if you ask people who have played both ICO and The Last Guardian which one they like better, it tends to be whichever one they played first. Which is interesting because it shows that the formula works, but then once you kind of have it established, you don't want to mess with it anymore, you know? Because I like Last Guardian better than ICO, because I played Last Guardian first. Sancho likes ICO better than Last Guardian. And both of us feel the same problems about the other, you know? That the puzzles aren't clear and the companion is harder to control and all that. Which is just kind of an interesting little... the way that it works, you know? Also, yeah, no shadows. Look out, Yorda! You can get your knees chopped. Cool. I'm still gonna save. Like, because I don't know exactly what you mean by just triggering the save thing, I'm still just gonna straight up save. And also because I want to see what my time is. That's also true, Rossi. Like, for its time, ICO was like such a groundbreaking game. But I think that when it does come to like the depth of... Oh, there's a head shake. The depth of the story. Like, they could just do a lot more with Trico. Technology-wise, you know, animation-wise and all that. Than they could with Yorda. But, like, I see the appeal of Yorda. And I like Yorda as an AI companion. I like Yorda. I do agree with the critiques of Last Guardian that, like, some of the puzzles are really unintuitive. Because they're so much a part of the environment that you can't even see them. It happens a lot when the puzzle is, like, above you and you can't see it because the camera in The Last Guardian is kind of garbage. I think a lot of times like that, I don't want to say it doesn't play fair with the player, but it is more frustrating than it needs to be. Like, you've worked so hard to make the puzzles immersive that you can't even see the puzzles anymore, you know? And I always bring up, you know, the second water puzzle because, or even the first water puzzle, really, because you open, like, a little gate thing, and there's no indication that what you just did made any difference to the world of the game. There's no way for you to know that it opened a gate, like, 50 feet below you, because you can't swim down that far, you know, to check. And, like, when I was teaching Barry, who was here earlier, the speed run, and we got to the water part, you know, Barry mentioned, like, oh, there's some bubbles. And it's like, is that really the only hint you were supposed to have? It was just like, hey, there's some bubbles, something must have opened down below, you know? And you're right, like, where you grab Trico's tail, to get out of that area after you break the floor. Even speedrunners, just, like, we're stuck waiting on Trico to break the floor. So if you don't know that you're supposed to do that, you're just kind of hanging around. And the narrator's hint there is, I would not be able to leave this place unaided. Like, obviously, That's what the entire game is about. It's about working with Trico. Thank you for nothing. You know? The hints are so pointless in Last Guardian like 95% of the time. And I get that they're trying to be like... They're trying to give good hints, right? They're trying to not tell you what to do, but still tell you what to do. But still. Trico's tail got stuck on something or anything. Yeah, the good old thank you, Captain Obvious. Exactly. Oh, just... Don't die here, please. Because, yeah, we're gonna do a Platinum % Last Guardian on December 28th, and we're gonna have to sit and listen to all of those hints, every single one of them. And you are gonna be able to identify, like, 4 that are actually like, oh, you know? The rest are just straight up like, yeah, thanks. Alright, Yorda, you ready? You're here. Okay, come on, Yorda. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Go, 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 honey, go. Okay, okay. We're almost there. Yorda, please just come over here and activate the door so we can have a checkpoint. Oh, thank you, Rossi. Appreciate it. Oh, okay. So that's over. That's kind of a big deal because I often die there, so it's nice to have that place done with. Basically got 2 more things. In my brain, we've got 2 more things until we're at the end of the game. We've got West Arena and we've got Water Area. And technically, like, really only the first part of Water Area. The part where you're actually in the water. I don't really count the rest. I think I am gonna save at West Arena. I didn't save at East Arena because it's easy enough that if you die there, like, whatever. West Arena technically is also, like, you don't save that much further than there's also a checkpoint, but West Arena is way easier to die in. So, I'm gonna save, I think. Hey, Mort, what you doing? Looking around, buddy? You don't want your nar-nars, huh? That's okay. Go sleep. Go sleepies, Morty. Okay, I can't skip this one. I always think that I can. Yorda, come on, honey. I just need you to come up here with me. Alright, now she's working on that. I do want to do this quickly. And I missed. Like, this part doing quickly doesn't necessarily matter. It's the next part that matters. I believe it's the time in between when the first and second rope get cut. And then when you head into the room. So, Yorda, you just, like, stay right there, okay? No. Or not. Hey, I got it. Come on, honey. Let's go right now. Okay, okay. I feel like that was decent. I didn't notice any shadows. So we should have a little bit of extra time there when we head back out. Okay. I need this. Yorda, you just... I don't know. Read a book or something. Come on, honey. I said read a book and then I called you because I need you. I'm such a liar. Come on. There you go. Good, good. Alright. Now, let's see if I can remember what to do. Because it sucks to have to fight the shadows here. The one time that I messed it up most recently was because Yorda let go of my hand. So, I'm gonna try to be gentle with her so that doesn't happen. Come on, honey. Oof. Like, that was the kind of tug that I didn't want. Because that's the kind where sometimes it's too forceful and she lets go. Okay, we're in here. Doing good. The shadows are not quite out in here just yet. Which means that we did the first part well. Where even are they? I don't think I did that well. There they are. They were just starting. Hey Shavil, welcome back. How you doing? How you been since I talked to you? Shadow of the Colossus in-game time was 1:33, which I'm definitely very pleased with. It was a PB for me, I'm not sure by how much. But I was happy with that, and considering that I haven't played ICO in more than a month, and I'm kinda being careful, I think that ICO is also going very well. I say that right before we get into what I would consider to be probably the hardest part of the run. So we shall see, but so far I'm pleased. Ugh, that's kind of a gross place to be, but whatever. Hey, very nice. What game was it? Stop. Stop. Imagine PBing. I say as they just PB'd in Shadow of the Colossus, but... Mort, you look like a caramel. You look like a caramel candy, my guy. Speaking of candies, Husbando's office front desk has those... You know the candies that really only little old ladies are allowed to buy? The ones that look like strawberries? They just had some of those at the front desk, and I was like, where did you get these? You're not an old lady. I've never seen them in stores. My grandma used to have them a lot, and they were always like super old and kind of gross, but I loved them. Wow, Celeste PV on, that's a really hard chunk of Celeste, right? I feel like. Oh, no, no, no. Gotta do this right. I'll try Celeste someday. Like... I will. I just... I don't know, like, looking back on Hollow Knight White Palace kind of makes me, like, nervous for Celeste, you know? But the good thing about Celeste is that it has, like, accessibility options and stuff like that. So for people like me who, like, I kind of don't care about, like, the pride or whatever of saying, like, oh, I did this completely on my own or whatever. I kind of don't care. I play games, because I want to, like, see the story and stuff, you know? So I kind of don't necessarily care about doing Celeste without assist, basically. So I would probably... Wow, Yorda, you are right here. I would probably, you know, try levels a decent amount without any assist stuff, assuming you can turn it back on and off. And then just, like, turn it on if I'm having a really hard time. But I guess I don't know if it's, like, you turn it on, then you start a new game, and then it's just on, you know? Come on, Yorda. That was very nice through that gate. We just need to get to the end of this bridge. Oh, Yorda. Okay, that guy just didn't show up for some reason, so very nice. I'm super happy with this. Because that was the run killer right there. Like, that was the place where the run can die, so... And Yorda came down with me. Alright, just get out of there. We got that lit. And then it goes out. I don't need the sword anymore, as far as I can recollect, so... Yeah, if you can do it at any time, that's a lot better. Because I've never ever played Celeste. So on the one hand, I think it sounds really fun, and on the other hand, I just, like I said, flashbacks to Hollow Knight White Palace and trying to make it through that. Hey, we made it down both ladders. I do Cheviel, but they're not always called that. I mean, it would definitely be White Tower in Last Guardian. But I do have a little sticker on that split in Last Guardian that just says RIP. And obviously, is there any question that it would be Argus? Who I think is just called No in the Shadow of the Colossus splits. And I think that's also true, Cheviel. Like, it's not... Celeste isn't as hard as the speedrun makes it look, because the speedrunners are being so precise, you know? Like, they're doing... Sometimes they're, like, scooting in between things that you're not supposed to. And, like, the intended way is much more accessible. Did you, Ray, find Celeste really difficult? I don't know why things like that can be hard for me, because it's not like I... Yorda? Yorda, what are you doing, honey? It's not like I have, like, delayed reaction times or anything, it's just... Maybe it's like a common sense, like, continuity thing. Sometimes I have problems with continuity. It can be hard to, like, remember a series of things in order. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm getting at, Ray. Like, it's not only that you have to figure out and remember what to do, it's that you have to do it right. And those two things together make it harder than either of its parts, right? Like, this ICO is a puzzle platformer, but in the sense that you figure out the puzzle and then you do it. And like, the doing it part isn't meant to be the challenge. Oof, I didn't like how close that was. Suddenly we're ahead of PB? What? What happened there? In the PB that cost me 2 minutes. Oh, I must have died at West Arena. Right? That's what that could be. Mort has departed, but we've got some cutscenes here. Am I gonna PB every game today? Right? Man, PBing the last Guardian, though, would be improving my time by 8 minutes. So, in order to get the world record, so... That's what I would want. But I don't have the strats for that. Like, there's a whole new route. We'll see, though. Because we still have a lot of stuff to do. Like, we got this whole water section, which is one of my least favorite in any Team Eco game. I have no idea where Mort went. Oh, I see him. Yaw. Stick no. Aiden's got it. Stick no. The good news is we do have to sit and wait for the in-game time for Eco. So that's like not a choice. Oh, the game is still Shadow of the Colossus. You're right. Thank you, Foxy. Completely forgot. There we go. I never ever have to change games in the middle of a stream because I only ever do one game per stream, so it didn't even occur to me. Thank you. The one through the White Tower, Shade Strike? Absolutely not. That's like, no way. Everything else, like with enough practice, could be something that maybe could work, but not that. Because it relies so much on, for whatever reason, the boy didn't get pushed to the side. And he just stayed where he was to get shoved through the wall. And 9 times out of 10 when you get shoved through that wall, there's multiple invisible walls, and so you get stuck between them anyway. And you can't proceed. You just literally have to quit the game. Because you're stuck forever. Trico just, like, he'll finish the fight, and then he'll stand there and just, like, shout at you. He'll be like, why are you in there? I really, really don't like this area. Once we get out of this particular area and we get to the point where I've walked through and triggered like a new loading zone, and then it's checkpointed, then I simply don't care. Then, as far as I'm concerned, the run is over. But until then, I really don't like it. That was a good ladder, though. And I cannot say enough good things about the water movement in Eco. It's so much better than Last Guardian. Also really hard to tell, like, where this box is compared to this chain. I'm glad that worked. Okay. Oh, that scared me. I thought it wasn't gonna go far enough. That scene took forever to trigger. Okay. Almost there. One step at a time. Like, that's just the way that I cope in my own life with things that make me uncomfortable or things that I don't like. Just, like, pick one goal and work toward accomplishing that. Okay, you're done with that goal, move on to the next one. You know, break things down into tiny little goals. Like, right now, I just want to get across this pipe. That's all I want. Okay, great. Done with that. Next goal. Got to get over to this chain. And we're not thinking about the future. Beyond that, we're just thinking about this one chain right here. I really don't like it. I don't like these chains, though. 2, 3. Hey, Ryan. Ugh. The run is going better than expected. I must have died at West Arena in my PB. I'm swinging twice here. Because I saved 2 minutes, like, inexplicably. Alright, now what I just have to worry about is standing back here and grabbing one of these. So we're almost there. Let's take it easy. This section is really hard for me. Almost there. And if we fall down here, it's okay. We can try again because there's floor underneath me. But alright, I'm not doing any jumps. We're walking around here, make sure I don't jump all the way back down to the water. Okay, so we've hit the load screen. As far as I'm concerned, we're good. Yeah, that pipe does have no mercy. It's bonkers. Because it's such a weird camera angle. There's such a small space where you can actually walk on it. But yeah, Ryan, yeah, things are going much better than I expected, we'll put it that way. I don't think that this run is going to end up PBing because there's still realistically a lot between me and the end. Unless this is still the splits where I messed up on the queen. Because if this is the splits where I messed up on the queen, we still have a lot of time to save. I don't like this. Oh, I don't like it. Oh, I don't like it every time, but it's so cool. Okay. We're getting there. Because, yeah, like, we still have Shadow Fight and all sorts that can really be annoying. And I have no strategy for the Shadow Fight except for stand in the corner and whack things, so... But yeah, this part, honestly, is relaxing now. There's not really very much that I have to do or think about. So we're almost on the last Guardian. Which is a game... I haven't seen that game in... like 2 days. I'm going down further. It didn't do like the bouncy bounce thing like I wanted, so... How do you get back to the sword without pulling the pillars? That seems like really tight timing. Yeah, Trico is waiting. That's not the right spot. I would be dead. That was almost too far the other way. Yeah, that's crazy. He just ran for it. Oh, look at this movement. I'm the best. Cool. Alright, got the sword. See, Mantis, sometimes I have to try the fight twice in a speed run because I forget where the sword goes. Speaking of which, it's right on the stairs, far left, top left, middle left, I believe. Because if you take the time to check the other two places, you don't have enough time, you know, to get the sword when it's on the far left. I just always kind of feel bad, because, like, Sancho was there the first time that I played ICO, obviously. And, I got to the point with the queen, and, you know, I had the sword, and I was going up there, I was whacking her, and I was like, what am I supposed to do? Because I didn't realize that I was actually, like, doing damage to her, because I didn't see that her little shield thing was changing color. And so Sancho was, like, so excited for me to get into this fight, and I'm doing the fight, and I'm like, this isn't right, though. And he's like, oh my god, yes it is, just stop thinking so hard. Haha, got you. You didn't think I was gonna. Okay, I promise I will catch up with chat after this fight, but I don't really have a lot of time in between when each shadow shows up, so... And when they, like, aren't hittable anymore. Oh, there were so many shadows in there. I wanted to get, like, one more. That was nice. Look at this. Oh, that's so good. Can we just, like, keep this up forever, please? I'm getting, like, a little out of place. Ooh, I got that guy on the side, too. That was really nice. Oh, I missed that guy, though. But I got that one. It's all just kind of balancing out to be really nice. And look at that! Nice shot there, too. Come on, buddy. I think we're almost there. Come on, buddy. Alright, is that everybody? No, it's not. Come on, everyone. Get in the corner. We're almost done. I want both of those guys to come in at the same time. Yeah, look at that. 3. Alright, now is that everybody? No, there's a guy over here. I saw him. Is he stuck? Yeah. I don't mind this guy chasing me because I'm gonna get Mr. Stucco here. Okay. Hopefully that's everyone now. Because I'm going up here. It was. I feel like that was really good, but I don't know. It's always hard to tell. Yeah, I agree, Mantis. Like, it lands to the left 3 times in a row, which is kind of weird. Mort hath departed. You just can't take a compliment. I have no idea where he went. Oh, there he is. Hi, Mort. Alright, this doesn't seem like the kind of splits where I would have died twice, so... He's so majestic. Why am I running away from the sword? Mort is, like, a lot bigger than I think people give him credit for. He's quite large. Okay, this is far back, I think. Because you really don't have a lot of time. Okay. Far back, stairs back, middle back, back right. Stairs. The wall. I can't get any of these, like, consistent movement chops. Alright, here's the one. If I die, this is where I die. Oh god. Go, 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 go. Oh please. Oh please. Just grab the sword. Alright. Alright, I can't fail. Oh, this is so close to PV. Rah! I don't know. Because I didn't get to reach over and, like, split immediately. So I don't know if this was a PV or not. Either way, to be so close to a PB in a Tricofecta, I'm, like, chuffed with that either way. I'm super happy. I expected both my Shadow and my Eco to be really bad, so... It basically will come down to the run at the beach at the end. Because there's good and bad ways to do that. So while this plays, here's Mort. Mort is, having a good dig. While this plays, because we do need to wait for in-game time. And we need to do the beach run. I'm gonna go and stretch a little bit because I've been sitting for like 4.5 hours, so I will be right back. You enjoy these scenes, everybody. Sorry, I know I'm touching the mic like a weirdo. I'll be back. Oof. Okay, hello. Yeah, the beach run is gonna be intense because, like, that basically determines whether I PB or not. And unfortunately, I think that my PB beach run was really good. Like, I think that I actually saved time on it compared to the previous runs. I think it golded, so there's that. Alright. I need to turn in some work while we do this. I worked really hard to have enough time today to just, like, stream for 8 hours. Alright. Close that. Okay, that's probably true. Whatever. That's fine. Okay. So we're 4 hours and 35 minutes in. Technically, we're 4 hours and 5 minutes in because we lost 30 minutes to Twitch going down. Last Guardian is next. And it's the game I feel the most comfortable with, so we'll just kinda chill, you know? Can almost guarantee that one's not gonna PB because I'm not gonna run it super hard, you know? I'm just gonna, like, get to the end. But so far this has been a much better Tricofecta than I ever imagined it would be. So yeah, I think that when the stab happened on the queen, I think that we were 1.2 ahead, and that's how much time it took me to reach over and make sure that I was splitting, like, the right thing, because I don't want to stop the main timer. So technically we're still ahead. Let me pull up speedrun.com and see what's up. So my Shadow of the Colossus, any percent. Oh god. I shredded my any percent time in Shadow of the Colossus. My former time was 2 hours 5 minutes in-game time. And that my real time was 2:02. My in-game time was 1:33. So I did a lot better. That puts me now in 21st place, it looks like. Which, hey, sure. I'll take it. Yeah, we'll see what's up with the VOD, Tic Tac. If the VOD's all messed up, then I get it. If I PB Last Guardian, I don't think I can PB Last Guardian. What do I need? Do I genuinely need less than a 312 in order to record? Also ICO. Okay. So in ICO, we need to beat a 141.58 in order to PB. So we shall see. Yeah, I didn't really anticipate ICO going this well. I'm happy with it. There's a ton I could improve on in Shadow of the Colossus. I almost died dropping down to quad, so 7:05. Yeah, I don't think I can swing that. It'll be close. Like if we subtracted the Twitch time, it would be close, but I don't think I can swing it. Still. Really? This was your most played song on Spotify? I've been thinking that I should listen to Spotify more, like just so that I can have that yearly recap thing that they do. Oh, also. You know, while these credits were going on, I should have let the dog out. I don't know how much longer they're going, but I'm actually gonna try to let the dog out. I'll be right back. I'll keep an eye on it though. Nah. I'm pretty sure that this is the end. Okay. So yeah, I got the dog's attention, but I can't actually, like, take him out. Because this is the end. I'll take him out in between games, I guess. Otherwise, he's gonna pee on the floor. Yeah, I've never used Spotify, so I know almost nothing about it. I just know that this is the time of year when everybody always does their, like, this is what I listen to most, you know? Alright, let's do this. Getting this beach run just right is actually harder than it looks, because you can't see anything. I remembered to start calling Yorda from the beginning this time, which I think will help me, because I don't think I remembered to do that in the PB. Why am I so far to the side of the screen? Ah, just go. I can do it. I can do it. Yeah, golden. I don't know if that's actually a PB. Like, we'd have to see. Just because I saved real time somewhere doesn't mean that I actually saved in-game time, but... what a lame way to PB if so. We'll see. Dog, you better not be peeing on the floor. What did I say? That we needed to beat? A 141.58? Ah, so close. Oh well. Okay, I gotta let the dog out and I gotta switch games. So give me like 2 minutes. I'm gonna keep the main timer running, but I'll be back very shortly. Un momento, por favor. Okay, so stream is going to lose the feed here for a second. Not the whole stream, just the game. Okay, let's get this set up. Gotta get the other controllers out of the way. You could probably hear the leather chair that I'm scorfing around in. No. I'm actually also going to hide this again just real quick because it shows Husbando's name. Okay. No. I don't want to update right now. Leave me alone. Okay. So let's change the game. And open Last Guardian. Okay. Still looking good. I'm running against 322s. A 317 in Last Guardian is doable, but I don't really see that being, you know, something that I'm gonna get. What's my, okay, my controller's fully charged. So let me get over to the correct splits. And let's go. Last Guardian, final leg of the Tricofecta. Oh, we're getting there. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. Y'all are cute. Oh, I still have my, like, weirdly painted Trico from the 12 Days of Treeksmas. I do want to change my outfit back. Can I actually, like, do that right now? Okay. Red is Yuzu, so I don't want to use her outfit. Thank you, Rossi. Hopefully he's good. Like, a 317 is not out of the realm of possibility, but like, I'm not really gonna push it either, you know? I'd rather just have fun. Yeah, it just feels weird to run in anything that's not this outfit for me. You know? Okay, so I guess I will just not even do the early thing. Look at me go. The last good look. Well, we're off to a great start, I tell you what. Whatever. Just for fun. Hopefully the audio is okay, by the way. I haven't, like, separately balanced any of these games. But yeah, so I'm still going to be using the old routing, like the routing that we've had for years, not Walter's routing. So that's why I say like a 317 is in the realm of possibility. With Walter's routing, it would be almost guaranteed, but... The boy got stuck on that collar a little bit. Still, like 3-ish to pull the 258-3. To pull the spear is not that bad. Alright, so I'm gonna finish my bowl of Cheetos. These are not Cheetos. I know words, these are Cheez-Its. Then I'm gonna go to Skittles. I saved most of my snacks for this run. Also, Mort being an absolute goober, once again. So, once we're done with Last Guardian, like, that's it for the day. But on Friday, we're still having a Last Guardian community race. I'm not entirely sure who all is participating in the Last Guardian community race. But a couple people. Actually, Shadow Tash world record is 3 hours and 4 minutes. Oh, that was actually really close to ledge grab. Yeah, 1 barrel equals 1 snack. But yeah, I don't know how many people are doing the race on Friday, but I'll post it like in my Discord and on Twitter when it starts. Should be at 4 p.m. Eastern, which is essentially 2 hours from now. Whatever time that is for you, 2 hours from now. And that'll be on Friday. When I have the opportunity, or if like Tic Tac or somebody is still around, I'll post the link for where it's gonna be. Good, nice grab. Whatever. It somehow weirdly feels like it's been a long time since I've played this game, even though this is basically the only game I play. Oh, Yuzu's actually doing it? That's awesome. Good. Yeah, I've seen that lake before. Yeah, that's really exciting that there's that many people. And like Brian too. That's exciting. It occurs to me though, Tic Tac. Do Brian and Walter know that they have to stream to Twitch? Specifically, because both of them stream to YouTube. Just a thought. Unless you can capture their YouTubes, in which case it's fine. But I'm assuming you just want to use the Twitch multi-Twitcher. I'll stream to Mort. So that we don't have an affiliate. Which means, everybody, that I won't be here on Friday. I will be doing the race. I won't be here. I will be on Mort's channel. But you should come watch at... It would be Team ICO Speedruns, right? is where it's gonna be. God, my voice. I don't usually talk for this long at one time. I can tell that I'm losing my voice a little bit. Oh boy. You biscuit. Oh, Stocky's commentating. That's nice. I kind of thought, like, maybe I should commentate instead of race. But I'm glad that Stocky is commentating. No, Mort Mort does not handle Team ICO speedruns, but I will be streaming to Mort's channel because when you try to capture things from Twitch, if you're not an affiliate, you don't get ads. So you have to stream from an account that's not affiliate enabled so that you don't get your stream interrupted by ads. Oh, that would be fun, Tic Tac. It's gonna end up being late enough in the day for me that I won't be able to, but I hope that lots of people join. Like, oh, I guess JK is gonna be pre-recorded. Ruby might join. Aiden, you'd probably be down for it, right? I don't know. See who's around, right? Ooh. Oh, that was such a nice throw, and it was foiled. Oh, Trico. Trico, honey. Oh, and he missed. Oh, what is this garbage? Give me that. Oh, no, now he got it. Don't worry. I've never had that happen before. I should have just gone for this jump. Trico, focus, dude. Look at this. Greater than 10 minutes out of the cave. Whatever. It's not like I'm gonna restart, you know? Even if this were an actual run, I wouldn't restart. I'm not really much of a resetter. But yeah, so last Guardian race on Friday. I'm trying to think what else. Yeah, Akastiata. Bye, buddy. Let me look at the Tricofecta, or the Treeksmas schedule again. Okay. Community race. So after the community race on Friday, we basically only have 2 pieces of Treeksmas left. December 21st, which is next Tuesday, is gonna be Chat Plays Last Guardian. I don't know if we're gonna do like a whole run or bad ending or like what we're gonna do, but it's gonna be basically all of the chat point redemptions are gonna be turned into like jump off a cliff, pet Trico, you drag Trico's tail around, you know, things like that, so that you can mess with me while I'm playing the game. If you have any ideas for what you want those chat point redemptions to be, anything that can distract me or make me slow down, and then I'll like put them on a cooldown per person maybe. So that should be fun. But that's next Tuesday, and then taking a break for Christmas. Hope y'all have a good Christmas. Or whatever you're doing. Doesn't necessarily have to be Christmas. And then we'll be back on December 28th for the platinum percent. I will be here, like, the stream today is basically gonna be 8 hours. And moldy Trico. The stream is gonna be 8 hours today, and plat percent typically takes 12 hours. So that's kind of what we're looking at for. Oh no! That's how this run is gonna be. I can tell. I can very much tell. Because I wasn't moving, and I could tell that he was going through the floor. But anyway, so plat percent typically takes about 12 hours. And it would be great to have people to hang out with for the first 7 hours when I am getting all of the hints. And just doing like other kind of generic stuff, like hitting armors with barrels and things like that. You know? But I owe it to myself to do that yearly platinum percent in the hopes that we get poop. Like, to me, in an ideal world, we do actually kind of struggle with Colo Barrel a little bit. And that gives Trico enough time to poop, you know? But we'll have to see what Trico has in mind, because we all know that he's our big feathery overlord. I feel like I'm getting a little laggy today. Like it's kind of stuttering. That's alright. But yeah, so I hope you all have enjoyed Treeksmas so far. It's been a lot of absolute nonsense. But it's been fun for me. It's nice to just kind of putz around and... Hi! Unsurprisingly, you've gone too far. It really does, Aiden. Like, I cannot express the weight that was lifted off of my shoulders when he pooped last year. Come on, you goob. Let's get over here. Especially because I was, like, feeling really discouraged at that point. Because, you know, we had done an entire, what I thought at the time was intensive care playthrough with barrels. I had been, like, actively trying to get him to poop. And he just hadn't. And I was like, you know, if I did all of this stuff, we're about to go into the not comfy cozy 8-hour run. We're about to go into the much faster one, and if he didn't poop in this one, like, there's no way he's gonna poop in the next one, and this is all gonna be pointless. And then for him to just do it, like, right at the last possible moment. And I almost missed it, too. You know, like, I almost just straight up missed him pooping. Because I knew he was pooping, but I couldn't get the boy out of the freaking fan thing. And it doesn't matter, like, for poop percent, it's fine if you don't get the trophy, but obviously not for plat percent, so... Oops. So yeah, like, there will come a point, I don't know if it's gonna be this year, next year, whenever, but there, I'm sure, will come a point where I don't get poop in a plat percent. And basically what I'm just gonna do is, like, obviously it can't be submitted to the leaderboard, but I'm still gonna upload it. And it's just gonna be called, like, plat percent minus poop or something. And I'll factor in, like, a 5-minute time loss or something, just to get an estimate of what time it would be. But it wouldn't be eligible for the boards. We are off to a swimming start. Trico has turned around. Hey, Moose. How you doing? Sorry, my voice kind of doesn't work anymore. How you been? Been a weird day? Yeah. Sometimes they happen, huh? Well, I hope that it unweirds itself, or at least, you know, you just get some good sleep and then tomorrow is less weird. But thank you for the good luck. Appreciate it. We'll see what hand Trico has dealt us today. Probably the one where he gets angry at the bottom of these stairs because we need to lose as much time as possible. Hey, buddy. Come on. Yeah, I feel you, Moose. Sometimes there are just days where it's like, I'd rather just the kind of wasn't today, you know? Like, let's just make it be tomorrow and everything can feel fresh and... Hey, villain, welcome back. ICO run was a real nail-biter. We managed to PB on the splits by, what, 4 seconds? But did not PB in-game time by 8 seconds. So, a little bit of a weird run, but it was very close to my PB, which I absolutely was not expecting, so that's fine with me. Yeah, Walter's put a lot of time into the run. I haven't had time to really learn any of it. So we're working on the old routing here. I could almost... I don't want to sound cocky, right? But I could almost guarantee that we would world record Tricofecta if I was using Walter's routing. Using the old routing, I don't think we're gonna make it. Which is, like, fine. I wasn't planning on even being anywhere remotely close, so whatever. But there's a lot of new routing stuff that I'll tackle at some point. I don't know. Like, I've run any percent for years. It's fun to just do memes and all this other stuff, right? Let somebody else have the spotlight for a while. Plus, I don't know when this new game is coming out. Probably not anytime soon, knowing Team Eco, but, you know. Maybe we could have a new Team Eco game to play. Yoink. Mort has decided he is well done. About the world record, Rossi? Yeah. Oh, about the when it's coming out. That too. Like, we've seen teaser art for it, like, one time. It's like 2 pictures or something. And then, like, we had so much more of The Last Guardian before we spent 7 more years on it, you know? Or 6 or whatever it was. But just like I was saying earlier with Silksong, like, I'd rather that they take the time to make the game that they want to make than to just get it out as fast as they can. Because imagine how much worse The Last Guardian would be if it had been rushed out. Like, Trico would not be responsive at all. He wouldn't be smart. He wouldn't be realistic, you know? That could also be, like, they don't want... They know that they have this Last Guardian reputation, and so they don't want to be like, haha, here's another 6-year thing. You can go ahead and forget about it now, you know? Exactly, Moose. Like, it's not good for anybody. It's good for your very initial sales. And that's it. Before people have a chance to review it and be like, actually, this is garbage because it's not ready. Sorry, I'm eating Cheez-Its still. It's the only thing I've had to eat all day. I just... See, Villain, I haven't played Persona 5 Royal. I've only played the base Persona 5, which we sunk 219 hours into, I believe. We just bought Royal on Black Friday. And we're gonna go back to it once we've, like, had some time to get away from Persona 5, so it doesn't feel like a repeat. It feels like a fresh thing. Basically so that we're not just scoping out like, well, hey, what's the differences? You know, we want to just play it fresh. And I'm really excited about it. It was, to us, it was the entire reason that we got PlayStation Plus for the year. Like, that by itself justified it, because we got Persona 5 for free, and we never would have played it otherwise. So... You know, Moose, it's funny. Husbando is like that for some reason with Final Fantasy 13 specifically. He's played it like 4 times. And like right before the end, he just stops. Hey, Trico. Treeks. Hey, look at this. Oh, what do I got here? Oh, this is a helmet, buddy. This is spooky. You better show that helmet who's boss, dude. There you go. Yeah, sure, Villain. I think that we're familiar even with the changes that happened, that I don't think it would be like too spoilery. Anyway, that's fine. Barry, welcome back. I will check what everybody is saying in just a whoops. Just a second. Barry, I think I donated all of my good Last Guardian luck to you because I am doing very poorly. But it's whatever. Like, if, as Tic Tac was saying earlier, if I got a 317 or better, which is definitely doable because my PB is a 312, I could have the Tricofecta world record. But I didn't come here to do that today, and I didn't expect that my other 2 runs would be so good, so I'm not really worried about it, you know? We'll just have fun with Turiker. Really, Barry? You've almost gotten to the end of Automata. We couldn't put that game down when we played it, which was really... It really surprised me. Because we kind of played it out of obligation. Oh, thanks for stopping by, Lewis. It was nice to see you. Have a good rest of your day. Because everybody was like, oh, Nier's... That's such a good series. Everybody should play it. And we're like, okay, whatever. And we played the first Nier. And I was like, I really hope that this isn't what the second one is, you know? And then it turned out that Automata was like a lot different. Which was nice. Yeah, Villain. I would agree, like, it got a bit more sluggish the second time through. And then for me it picked up again. And it was nice. And we were sad when it was over. But I'm really excited for a lot of the games that I got Husbando for Christmas and that I think that he got me. We should have a lot to play. Plus, Elden Ring next year. I think maybe Breath of the Wild 2 next year. Probably God of War. For some reason I was gonna say God of the Rings. What? I've been at this for too long, I guess. Barry, I don't know how you do this every day. How do you stream for this long? So yeah, next year is gonna be gargantuan. Also, since you're here, Barry, let's see if we can do this vine skip thing that I tried and failed utterly to explain what to do. I don't know if I'll be able to do it either. Because yeah, like, I'm losing my voice at this point. And to be fair, I almost never stream this long. But... Hey, I did it. Doesn't mean it's over, though. Because now we have to actually get this thing to close. Yeah! Oh, well. See, and that's why it's bad. Because now I literally just spent a bunch of time trying to do that and have to do it the intended way anyway. So, yeah. That's how that go. That's why I don't like Vine Skip. But whatever. Fine. Because yeah, the game like kind of prevents it from closing there because it's not supposed to. So sometimes you can brute force it and it'll close anyway. Most of the time you slam into it like I did and then just fall. Narrator, this is not plat % yet. Really? Why is it stuck where it is? That's kind of a weird place for it to be. Okay, well. Cool, cool. Do share, I need game ideas. So, Husbando, if you're watching, don't listen. Don't do it. I'm gonna see if Husbando's here. I'm gonna check my... I never ever check my chat bot to see who's in chat because, like, I don't care who's lurk. Well, I mean, I care about you, but I'm not gonna call you out if you're lurking and not chatting or whatever. Okay. I don't see him. So, I got Husbando Slay the Spire, which I know that he's gonna like. I got him Shin Megami Tensei 5, Persona 5 Strikers, Crowsworn, which I think that we're both gonna really like. I'm trying to think what else. Yeah, flat % is brutal. Yeah, he really wanted to try out Strikers because he liked the original so much. Let me look at his list and see what other games. Pretty sure he got me Never Song. Oh, Tales of Arise we're gonna try out. Grime, Death's Door. Cast Iron Skillet is not a video game. So yeah, like there's a lot of stuff. And then I just love the really artsy ones. So I think that he got me like Lost Ember, like I said, Neversong, Hina, which I've heard kind of mixed things about. But Barry, if you're still here, or you know, Villain, everybody, I was talking about this earlier, and I would love your opinions as well. I've never played Undertale. Never ever played Undertale. And got to this point in my life basically knowing nothing. Trico. Trico. Hurriker. Thank you. So, spoilers for Undertale. Do not listen for the next 10 seconds if you do not want to be spoiled on Undertale, starting now. The only thing I know about Undertale is that it's possible to make a choice that permanently happens, and like there's nothing you can do about it. It is just that way forever. That's the only thing I know about Undertale. Spoilers are over! So don't talk about it in chat. But so that's the only thing I know, which I think means that I've done pretty good. I want to stream Undertale for the first time. And I think that that's a horrible, horrible idea, because I think that I don't have the mod presence or mods who know Undertale that well to mod appropriately, right? To make sure that no spoilers happen. But do you think that it would work if I just did emotes only? Because, like, my chat would be fine. I know my own chat. And I know that, like, by and large, if they spoiled something, it would be completely by accident. But it could still happen. So I thought maybe, like, emotes only mode would be good. CJ. How much do you know about Undertale, CJ? Don't do it, my dude. Thank you. Ooh, second ledge, too. Yeah, emote only and do your best not to look. Yeah, because if it's emote only, I don't really necessarily feel the need to actually interact with people in chat, which would even prevent me from looking... Like, somebody could send a concern mort if I make a bad choice or something, and that could still kind of tip me off. But I wouldn't really need to look at chat if it was emote only. It would just be for the chatters, right? But I just thought... Literally my entire thought process behind this is... I know how much fun it is to watch people play Last Guardian for the first time, because it's a game that I love. And I think that I have that opportunity to be that for somebody else who loves Undertale. And it seems a shame to miss out on that, you know? It's so rare that you see people... I don't know what I'm doing. It seems so rare that you see people, like, playing Last Guardian for genuinely the first time and not knowing what's happening and all that. And it's so much fun. It's one of my favorite things. And I feel like nowadays, it's also really hard to find somebody like me who genuinely doesn't really know anything about Undertale playing Undertale for the first time. Because, like, Deltarune, I don't even know if that's related to Undertale. I get the impression that it's made by the same people and maybe it's connected, but I don't know if it's a sequel. I don't know, like, what's going on, you know? Yes, do! Do let me know. I would love to be there. That was just such a gentle murder. Cause yeah, like, as you say, Ray, I simply don't have to look, right? Like, I could just make the choice to tell people, like, my chat is minimized, I don't see it. But I don't know. Like, I don't know what would be the best way, because that would let people talk to each other, but then, like, there could still be people in chat who could be spoiled that way, and, like, but then again, why are you watching an Undertale stream if you don't want to be spoiled? You know? Don't rush it, Ryan. Like, probably emotes only is the way to go. I would hate to see you play Undertale before you actually want to. Trico, come on. Slam. Good miss, buddy. I got it. Yeah, that's basically it, Barry. Like, when I say that I'm sensitive to spoilers, what I mean is that what I consider a spoiler is not what other people would consider a spoiler. And so, despite, you know, my best intentions, I can raid people from The Last Guardian who are playing Last Guardian for the first time, and I'll tell people, like, hey, just really, really don't spoil things. And even people with the best intentions who are trying not to spoil things can still spoil things because their, like, tolerance for spoilers is lower, or, you know, they're just so excited they don't really think about it. Where is my chicken dog? So I think that we would run into the same thing, right? Where people are so excited about Undertale that they just, like, couldn't contain themselves. Or even saying something as simple as, you know, I can't wait until you see how these characters interact later or something is a spoiler, but they don't think that it is. Thank you, Trico. That was a slow command skip because you took 6 years to get in here, but that's okay. I forgive you. Because, yeah, like, there have definitely been times where I've raided and, you know, said no spoilers, and somebody will still be like, have you gotten Trico to poop yet? And it's like, that's very innocent, you know, they're just, like, really excited, but people don't know that Trico can poop, you know? And imagine how much more fun it would have been if they had found that out organically. Yeah, like, I do think, Moose, it would be possible to even... Why am I standing here? I could have reset this like 30 minutes ago. I do think it would be possible to even spoil using emotes. Like I said, with, like, Concern Mort, right? Because I think, maybe, that some of Undertale has to deal with, like, making choices that are permanent. Or that impact things in some way. Again, I don't know, don't tell me. And so, you know, if I make what I think is a choice, and then somebody or a bunch of people react with Concern Mort, that makes me feel like, did I do something wrong? You know? Just like you were talking about, Barry, when... I imagine it's the same feeling, you know, when you thought that you sent Trico away and you had a different choice. You know, maybe what I do wasn't a choice, but everybody's, like, concern morting, and then I feel for the rest of the game that I made a choice that I didn't actually make, you know? Yeah, and like even if people ask me, like when I did this for the 20th anniversary, like on GDQ and everything, with people, you know, watching this game and being like, um, you know, this is such a sad game or whatever, I'm not gonna react to that because I'm not gonna give you any information about whether this is a sad game or not. That's for you to figure out as you watch it and as you play it. So yeah, I want to stream Undertale because I think that it would be really fun. But I don't know if I should just do like emotes only, or like if I'm not going to be looking anyway, should I just let my chat chat? You know what I mean? And just block off my screen anywhere that I can see chat. Because if I'm not going to be reading anyway, then why not just let them all talk? I say them as if you're not all like already here. Well, half of you are here from earlier, so I guess not all. That was my thought too, like there might be people in chat who are watching also for the first time. And again, like with that, why would you be watching if you don't want to be spoiled? But like, I guess I kind of do that sometimes too. Like I've hopped into people's streams and watched for a little bit if I feel like I can watch like 5 minutes without getting completely decimated, you know? Why are these guys so slow? That was very unusual to be able to pull that like that. That was a task thing. Eee! Yeah, I had that in the task to be able to pull early like that. Good shot, dude. Nice grouping. Good job. It's unusual to gold on that fight, so that's nice. Even though, like, this run is not good. This run is not gonna get me the world record Tricofecta. But like I also said, I also wasn't aiming for the world record Tricofecta, so it's okay. I'm there to be spoiled, but spoiled chronologically. That's such a good way to put it. I'm not doing the eye jump. Like, we've lost enough time as it is, and it only saves like 5 seconds or something. So, we're not doing it. Because as you can see, if I don't die to it, I save a decent amount of time, so... That's actually a good idea, Ray. You know, that's a good idea. We could have emotes only, like, on the stream, and then I could create a special channel in the Discord for people to talk about it. I don't think that it's... Okay, so you all know my tolerance for spoilers and such, and I trust that you won't spoil me here. I don't think that I would be able to finish Undertale in one sitting. Unless, it's, like, really conducive to do it in one sitting. Is it, like, really good if you do it in one sitting, or does it, like, not matter? Welcome back, Walter. The Last Guardian is going, like, straight hot garbage, but that's okay. Like, I don't mind. Yeah, like my understanding, again, no spoilers, but my understanding is that I can probably budget somewhere between like 10 and 15 hours to finish Undertale. But and that seems like a really long stream, you know? So as long as it's not like, oh my god, it's so much better when you do it all at once or something, then I can spread it out. Yeah, that was kind of what I thought. Like, make it a half or a 2/3 through. It'd still be long streams for me, but... Thanks, Treeks. That's absolutely not what I said to look at. No. It's not, Walter. It's just sometimes I suck and choose to do it anyway. Like, sometimes my setup for it sucks, and I still choose to do it. And that's when I fail. Like, I know when I'm gonna fail. Ta-da! Okay, now I'm just being a goober. That was all I wanted the first time, was for him to fall far enough back that I would just be down here. Generally, Moose... you can see I'm losing my voice. Generally, I'll just get whatever game. Because I trust my community to choose things that I would probably actually want to give a try anyway. You know? Like, I think that my community would not choose, for example, Forza or like Call of Duty. Or if they did, they would have a reason that, you know, that I don't know about, that they would want me to play it, right? And that reason can be as simple as, I really love this game and I want to share this game with you, and then that's fine. Yeah, like, for example, you know, I'm not super into racing games, but Alzeri, who has been by far my longest subscriber, my very first mod, my very first chatter, even, he requested Ridge Racer. And I was happy to play Ridge Racer. Because he has so many world records in Ridge Racer and he's really good at it. And so that was something where it's like, this is important to me, I want to share it with you. And I'm like, yeah, of course. You know? Yeah, decisions are hard, right? I don't like where I grabbed this. Why did I grab this here? Alright, come on. Yeah, isn't it funny that I really don't mind the Spyro racing levels? And don't get me wrong, like, they are really hard. As far as speedruns are concerned, the Spyro flight levels are brutal. Like, I grinded for 3 months every day to take Wild Flight from a 34.9? No, a 34.8 to a 34.7. Months. Like, they are brutal. But I don't know why, like, that... Maybe it's just because that's the first thing I ever speed ran? that's kind of closer to my heart, you know? But I'm hopeful that some of these games that I'm gonna get in the new year are things that I'm gonna want to learn. Because I could use with a little bit more variety. Because, like, don't get me wrong, I love Pathless. I love Inside, you know, all that kind of stuff. But some games are here for me to play frequently. Boy, just climb. Thank you, you useless child. I got stuck on his neck for so long that I couldn't make the jump. Stop. You're not gonna go, are you? Oh, okay. I'll take it. I won't be on his head, because that'll trigger the scene, but that's fine. But yeah, like, some games are here for me to just play all the time, and some games, like Pathless, are beautiful and lovely, and I love to revisit them from time to time. But I had, like, a goal time, I achieved it, and then I'm like, okay, you know, I'm good. I'm good, we'll just play this for funsies from time to time. So hopefully, the new year can reinvigorate my games list. Do you have a console list or limit? I have played both Journey and Abzu, and both were lovely. Consoles, I have every PlayStation from 1 to 5. I'm a big PlayStation person. I have an Xbox One. We have a Switch. I have, like, a 3DS, but I don't know how to capture from it. Am I missing anything? We have, like, basically everything, because we play video games all the time. Yes, I have played Breath of the Wild. We played the hell out of Breath of the Wild. All the Koroks, all of the everything. I didn't split. I'm very excited for Breath of the Wild 2. Like, that has some big shoes to fill, you know? Yeah, Moose, I tend to... And you can always ask, too, you know? Like, it doesn't have to be a surprise. You can always just whisper me or whatever and be like, hey, have you played this? You know? But I tend to really like the kind of artsy games. Not super much into RPGs. I'm really not good at them. It comes back to the common sense thing. Where I don't know why. I just kind of lack a lot of common sense. So, a combination of common sense and being really stingy makes me bad at RPGs. You know? I'll try them, but you might go insane watching me. And in fact, you know, Legend of Dragoon is one of my favorite games of all time. If not my favorite game of all time, so... And that's very obviously an RPG. A poorly translated one, but... So, I mean, yeah, you can ask for anything you want. It's just I'm not gonna be good at everything. I tend to be good at games like this. Puzzle platformers, as opposed to, like, execution platformers like Celeste. You know, puzzle games. The artsy indie vibe kind of games are my thing. Yep, that's a great perspective, Moose, because I have played Okami. I have not finished Okami, and I bet you can guess why. I loved it. It was great. And really the reason that I didn't finish it was because I think somehow it, like, glitched. I couldn't progress, and I know that I was supposed to be able to progress, and I couldn't. So, I don't know. But I really, really liked it when I played it. what I played of it. But yeah, I tend to flourish in kind of the artsy indie game scene. I am so unbearably excited about a game called The Gecko Gods. I would like to create the leaderboard. Like, it just looks super fun. It's a platformer. It's a puzzle platformer. But you're a gecko and you can climb on ceilings and crawl around and jump around and do stuff. And it just seems like really fun. So I'm really excited for that. I don't know that it has a release date yet. But I'm very excited. Which one is it, Moose? Because you're right, I'm not good at math. Because that was kind of a little bit of my fear with Undertale too. Like, I don't know how much common sense Undertale requires. And I could make a fool of myself, but at the same time, like, whatever, you know? Oh, Satisfactory. Never heard of it. What if multiplayer game? I used to actually do a decent bit of multiplayer in the early days of this channel. I did Monster Hunter World, just because that was the easiest for me to stream. And Dark Souls. Lots and lots of Dark Souls sunbrowing. Hey, buddy. Thanks for calming down so fast and looking right at me. Yeah, speaking of, like, factory building sims, just sims in general, I am not good at playing The Sims. There's just so many options, and, you know, I've been spoiled by all these, like, Let's Players who have their own, like, The Sims series. Because you only ever get to see all of the good parts, right? And sometimes it can be a long time between when interesting stuff happens. I don't know, I'm not very good at it. Calm down, my guy. Yeah, I like the building houses part. I am a big fan of that. And it drives Husbando insane because I am super notorious for just being the worst at, like, character creation. Trico, I know you're angry, honey. Character creation and stuff like that. Like, Husbando makes fun of me all the time because I cannot create a physically appealing character creator thing. And so my houses are the same. You know, you look at it and it's like, what is this pile of garbage? But I'm like, but it's my pile of garbage, you know? Like, Husbando had to watch me play all the way through Dragon Age Inquisition with whatever the people with horns are called. I can't remember. The ones with gray skin and horns. So I had, like, gray skin, giant horns, super, like, Angelina Jolie cheekbones with green makeup and, like, blue lipstick. And, like, I thought I looked great. And Husbando was like, God, what is this? Kunari, yeah. That's what I was. And we played through the entire game like that, and every time he looked at the screen, he was just like, oh yeah. I was very proud though, if you've ever seen What We Do in the Shadows, which is one of my favorite movies / TV shows of all time, when I did my Dark Souls 3 Armor of Thorns only challenge run, I made a character called Vlad the Poker. And he looked exactly like Vlad the Poker from What We Do in the Shadows, and I was very proud that we managed to make him actually look like a person. Oh, boy, what are you doing? You're getting stuck in midair. I'm also kind of like not paying attention, but... What? 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 Come on. There we go. I feel like Barry got that faster than I did. Look at how much this eyeball's rocking from all my attempts. Oh, Shadow Tash, you're here. That explains it. I'm kidding. So yeah, my characters are always like super weird, but I love them. But I've been thinking like I kind of want to go back and play some Dark Souls on stream. I know Dark Souls 3 really, really well. Probably Moose, depending on what they are. If it's a game that has a ton of, like, proprietary knowledge, like words that only exist in that universe, it could be hard. But if it's just something like, you know, Animal Crossing, like, here's a shovel, I'll probably be okay, you know? I would be slow. Because I can't read as fast in Japanese as I can in English, but... Okay, he's gonna do this on his own. How many different colors are on Trico? All 7. Somewhere he has one spot of each color because I forgot to unpaint him after we did the 12 days of Treeksmas. And day 7 was paint Trico 7 colors, so... all 7. Trico, why are you letting me get this close? I want to see what happens. Because... I don't understand why I'm allowed to move. Oh, there we go. Well, this is not a good place for me to be. Oh no. Help! Help! Okay. Okay. Oh, jeez. That was weird. Yeah, weird, right? It didn't trigger the little thing. Boy. Thank you. Unrelated to Games Reward, do you ever speedrun Spyro 2 or 3? No. I have played Spyro 2 and 3 many times each, but I have never learned the speedruns for them. I briefly contemplated learning Spyro 2. There was a time when I was like 90% a Spyro streamer. Between 80 dragons, any percent MBS, you know, the flight levels. And so I was, as you usually do, right? After a time you kind of get to where you're like, well, what now? And I was like, oh, I'll learn some Spyro 2. And I just never did. Because Spyro 2 doesn't interest me quite as much as 1 does, and 3 certainly doesn't really interest me. Not that it's a bad game, it's a perfectly fine game. But, like, as a run, it doesn't really interest me. But maybe, you know, I could go back and learn it for funsies. Uh-oh, I did not want to tap that guy again. Because now he's gonna follow me. Ich. I haven't had time to get my Skittles. Yeah, the 3 Spyros are super different. Like in tone, in content, everything. And we don't talk about the Spyros that came between those Spyros and Spyro and Dawn of the Dragon. Those don't exist. What? Because they were bad. Oh, they were bad. Oh, buddy. Put me on the floor. I was past you, you know. Mr. Magnet Hands. Whatever. Yeah, it's Spyro 2 Ripto's Rage in America. I can't remember when it is in not America, but you're right, it's different. And I just don't remember. Well, it's a nice drawbridge skip, even though we're still a little behind. Whatever. Yeah, Spyro 2, one of the things that put me... Because people are like, oh, you know, the orbs categories are some of the most accessible for Spyro 2. But what really put me off, not gonna lie, is literally just the popcorn orb in Magma Cone and the alchemist feet in cement orb in whatever that place is, Fracture Hills. So, yeah. And I don't even necessarily think you have to do those if you're not doing, like, all of the orbs, but still. Oh, Gateway to Glimmer! That's what it is! I couldn't remember. It's weird that the entire game is called Gateway to Glimmer, because Glimmer's literally just the first level and you never see it again. But I'd love to see, like, a new Spyro. Because they did a new Crash. You know? So it would be fun to see a new Spyro lovingly made in the same way that the Reignited trilogy was made. Because I think overall, the reception to the new Crash has been positive. You're never gonna recapture that lightning in a bottle that was like the original Crash, the original Spyro. But I think you could still do like a fairly decent job, right? I've never played Sly Cooper. Heard a lot about it. Oh, you liked the Dragonfly Spyro? Because that was like part of what made me never want to play Spyro 3 again, was having to play as Sparks. I think it was just that as a kid, I like didn't fully read the instructions, and so I didn't realize that you could go like diagonal ways. And so it was like basically impossible to hit some things because I wasn't using my full movement capabilities. What you doing, Mort? Alright, I think that he got that. That seemed like he was very keyed in on me at that moment. But he was kind of just staring at a wall, so... You good, my guy? There you go. He's working on it. I don't have to jump down, but I'm going to, just to be safe. Okay, once we get this little Trico and me in the tree thing, I'm gonna get my Skittles. Trico was like very nearly willing to go for that, which was nice. I used to love Ratchet and Clank as a kid. I played so much of it. And then I went back because it was... I don't remember if it was like a PS Plus game or if it was just like free with a PS5, just like Last Guardian was. And like God of War and stuff. But one way or another, I got it for free again. And then went back to play it. And for some reason, it just like didn't... I had a hard time focusing. Which, yeah, I mean, it's a kid's game. And you get it. But it wasn't how I remembered in like a different way than what I expected, you know? Stocky, hi! Congratulations to the newest and brightest lizard wizard. What will you do with your phenomenal cosmic power? Hi, Morty! Did you hear that Stocky became a lizard wizard? Say boop. That's also fair. There you go, Mort. But yeah, I don't know what it was about Ratchet and Clank that just it really didn't capture me again. And I kind of thought I'd just be able to get right back into it like I did with Spyro. But it still remains, you know, a fun part of my childhood. Thanks, Stocky. It was nice to see you. Have a good dinner. I'm trying to think what else, like, I grew up with. I grew up with Skull Monkeys, which is a game that I feel like nobody knows. I played so much of that, and it was so hard. You know, as per those earlier kind of games. They were, like, unforgivingly hard. But I made it to the end, once. And my copy of Skull Monkeys got, like, absolutely trashed. It's scratched, it didn't even really have a case anymore. So Husbando got me a new one for Christmas, like, 3 or 4 years ago, which was very kind of him. And I popped it in and started playing it again, and it is just as hard as I remembered. Like, that wasn't a little kid thing, that was like a, this game is really hard thing. And I made it to about the same point that I remember making it to as a kid. And then I was like, I'm gonna take a break. Oh, little boy. Why would you do this to me? Why would you do this to me? Hey, Treeks. Alright, that wasn't bad. I could have spent some more time to give Trico a command before I came down, but... I'm sorry, buddy. I distracted you. My bad. Alright, I'm sorry. But just take care of it on your own then, okay? Yeah, right, Shivial? Like, with Skull Monkeys, it wasn't that I was a kid. It was genuinely just that that game was hard. And the fact that I can make it to the same point today shows that I was actually pretty darn good at games when I was a kid. You know? Because, like, I played Gex a lot, and that was super, super hard in many ways. Not in the same way that Skull Monkeys was, but... Played a lot of Crash Team Racing. Which, you know, I watch, like, Hypnoshark play Crash Team Racing, and it's like... You know, Hypnoshark is clearly very good at this, but I feel like I could, yeah, I could do this. I could get good at this like this. I don't think that's the case, you know? I think Crash Team Racing is a lot harder than I remember it being. And they made newer ones. They made, like, an updated Crash Team Racing, and I just... It's not the same, you know? Oh, Mort is on a journey. He was such a creepy villain. Oxide was. Which I guess in retrospect he was supposed to be an ox, right? Like an alien ox. But it never really occurred to me. Sorry, I got like a million things open I can't split on time. Okay, Trico, you handle this. I want some Skittles, bro. I don't know why I keep getting stuck in his armpits this run. Okay. Skittles time. I specifically bought these for this run. What type of Skittles? Just the regular old good kind. The standard kind, except they specifically build it as the green ones are actually lime instead of like in modern day they make them apple, right? But this is like the original is what they were trying to promote. Which I appreciate because if you put a green one and a yellow one together, they taste like pine sol. Which is probably a thing that basically nobody wants, but I love the smell of pine sol. Floor cleaner. Saving the red Skittles for last. I guess if I had a choice, why wouldn't I? Would save the orange ones for last. I usually like orange flavored things. Is that also true for Starburst, Aiden? Because I feel like red Starburst are weird. Pink Starburst I like. Orange Starburst I like. That's basically it, right? Pink, orange, yellow, and red. I went through this brief phase in childhood where all I ever wanted was the alternate flavors of everything. You know, so like the blue Skittles and the weird like sour Starbursts and stuff. But you know, I've never tried jamming Starburst together like I do Skittles. Maybe I'm missing out. Starburst Skittle sandwich. So like, real fact, I never had a s'more until Husbando gave me one, which was 3 years ago, maybe 4 years ago. Hey Temporal, the IGT on Shadow actually was not that bad for me. It was a 133, which my previous PB was 205 in game time, so big improvement. And I PB'd on the splits for eco, but not on in-game time, unfortunately, but it was still really close. So if I wasn't such a spicy dumpster fire of a Last Guardian runner right now, I could have the world record in Tricofecta, but that's not gonna happen, and that's fine. You know, like, it's okay. But welcome back. See, purple being blackcurrant, so you blackcurrant, whatever. People say it differently, I guess. Sounds really good, because I like that flavor. Yeah, the Twitch outage. It would have been so perfect, because, without the Twitch outage, I would have finished exactly on time. Like the time that I wanted to, so Husbando wouldn't have had to wait for me to finish. I would have finished right as he came through the door. And now he's gonna like be home and feel like he has to tiptoe around. But that's okay. Speaking of fruits, has anybody ever had jackfruit? Because I bought one like a year or two ago and seriously spent like 3 hours trying to get all the fruit out of it. It was quite an adventure. I guess you can use it to like replace pork and stuff, depending on how ripe it is when you get it. Didn't taste bad, but don't know, it was just kind of an interesting experience. Hi, Mort. Okay. Can I just get Vine Skip though? Like, that would be great. Boy, why? What? Why was the branch shaking like that, such that he felt the need to grab his collar? That was weird. Okay. Alright. We'll get through here, and we'll die. Just right away, we'll just fall and die, apparently. I've had that happen so many times in this specific run, where he's just fallen through the floor. And we don't get the checkpoint that's up by Trico, because we didn't touch his butt, so... But, you know, this is good practice for the race on Friday. Whatever. And we died. Wow, I'm so surprised. I die on Vine Skip all the time. The first one was like BS, but the second one happens all the time, so. We'll just ride Trico down. Because at this point, you know, might as well. Alright, buddy. Get down, you goob. Down you go. Yeah, just kidding. There. Abridged vine skip because I'm not that patient. Yes, skinks are cold-blooded. So Mr. Mort is switching between his hot side and his cool side throughout the day. So is there any difference between handling them? Basically just don't take them outside, you know? It can be more challenging taking them to the vet in the winter. And the ambient temperature of your house might be the same, but as I'm sure that everybody can tell, in the wintertime, it feels colder in your house, even if it's exactly the same temperature. Could you eat that before it rolls away? Thank you, you goober. Oh, he actually got it still. I apologize. I take my harsh words back. So yeah, like, ambient temperature in your house feels colder in the winter because of the amount of moisture in the air, or lack thereof, rather. So it can feel colder to reptiles too. And they often like to just like hang out on your tummy or around your neck, because those are really warm places. Tegus, on the other hand, are cold-blooded, but they are the only known reptile to be able to create heat when they want to. So, Chap can make himself warmer if he absolutely has to. But we're starting to think that maybe the berries can do that too. We were doing some testing. And the berries do seem to be warmer than ambient sometimes, which is interesting. You ready to come out, Mort? Is that what you're trying to tell me? Morty, we're not coming out right now, my man. Oh, I don't want to be on that point, specifically on his neck. I keep landing exactly there. Oh, why? Thank you. That usually negates his grab if he lands like that, so that was nice. Mort, did you really have to throw all that in your water? Now what are you gonna drink? You thirsty? Nice hat. I see what you're going for, Mort. Once upon a time. Yeah, substrate soup. Just gotta add a little seasoning. Once upon a time, while I was playing Last Guardian, I distinctly remember when it happened. We were at the Dangly Bits puzzle. We were just coming up after that into the fight with the Sancho step. Mort took his camera and threw it into his water bowl. And obviously it completely freaked out. Electronics are not supposed to be wet, and I can see a repeat of that gearing up. Bye. Okay. Trico, what are you doing? There's people still up here. Thank you for just walking away. Treeks. Why can't you knock these people in a way that I can grab their helmets? Like, what is this? I can't grab his helmet. Trico, you are not going to be able to kill that guy. Well. Just leave him to me, my guy. Trico. Okay, so you probably couldn't see what happened there, but it gave Trico credit for grabbing that guy, even though he wasn't in his mouth. As long as Trico does the head shake thing, even if the armor's not in his mouth, it'll still die. Which is really nice. Yeah, great fight. Thanks. Pass worthy. Hey, somebody dropped something off at the front door. I swear to God, if somebody else sent me a Spyro hoodie and didn't tell me about it. Where do I exist? I should. You know, Shavil, I actually have a couple, like, they're called honorable mentions in the task folder, where I was trying to do something for the task and something went just catastrophically wrong. Okay. We are on our way. So basically, I'm hoping to be at Nom Noms by the time that Husbando comes home. Keeping in mind that I started my stream and had my waiting screen active while he was still home before going to work. I almost died. So we've been here for a while, but a task of your worst splits. Stop. Okay. Come on, Trico. You gotta come forward, my man. Yeah, right now what I have on YouTube is just like a... Okay. A 2-minute video... Stop it! Of just the last Guardian set to vines. Are you joshing me right now? Trico, why are you walking backwards? Like, why is he doing this? Thank you. Was that so hard? Really? Alright. But yeah, like this last Guardian run is not great, but I'm really, really happy with this Tricofecta. You know, like, even if we end up with like a 325 or something, which we're currently on pace for, I'm really happy with it. So, yay. And I don't think we did like that good in Shadow of the Colossus. I think we did fine. I'm really happy with Argus and Malice, but like that was basically it. The rest was super like super standard. I almost spilled my Skittles. Come on, Trico. Yeah, I have on my YouTube is the same, like it's sabledragonrook on YouTube as well, and I have like a 2-minute video of just goofy vines that are all Last Guardian themed, which I just made for fun. And you know, it's funny because I had that look at this graph vine. I had it all like cut and everything. And I was gonna like Photoshop a picture of my second place with Samurai's first place to be like, haha, look, I've run Last Guardian for so long and I don't have the world record. And then I was like, I got the world record and I didn't have to do that anymore. And so I got rid of the clip and everything. And now, lo and behold, I'm second place again, and I can make the same vine once again. Yeah, I think I was 29th before or something, so can't complain about that. Because yeah, there was a lot of just really, really pointless things. Yeah, I don't mind being in second place, because like, exactly like you said, like, what are you gonna do? You saw when I had the world record that we were kind of running out of ideas, right? Like, I was looking for meme runs and that sort of thing, so at least there's something to always be aiming for. I'll definitely be taking a short break from The Last Guardian after the new year, because obviously I've done the entire month of December literally nothing but Last Guardian. So fine, I'll place it. But yeah, like, I don't have any intention of stopping running. I just need to take some time to actually learn all of the things that have changed. And I need a break, you know? So once we're done with Treeksmas, we'll take a little break from Last Guardian. Maybe like just January. And do other fun stuff. Rico, please grab that before it goes into the abyss. And it's also true, like, I've been running Last Guardian any percent for like we're approaching 4 years. It might be time to just like devote my efforts elsewhere. Not that I'm saying we're stopping Last Guardian. That's not what I'm saying. But I mean, like, it might be time to focus more on like not any percent. Like, let's do all barrels. Let's do, you know, true ending. Let's do some other stuff. Because that could be fun, you know? All barrels could do with a lot of optimization. I'm always down for meme runs. Somebody had a really great meme run. And I can't remember what it was. Oh, I think it was Brian. Brian and Theo together. Being like, do Last Guardian, but you have to look at Trico the entire time. Which sounds like really fun. Because like right now Trico's behind me. So I would have to like navigate this doing this, right? Looking back at him. I think that would be really fun. I almost died there. I sunk dangerously into that hole. Yeah, windmill is really fun. I could go back to trying to run windmill, because I basically... Windmill is one of those categories that... Oh yeah, you probably could just like tape down the L1 button. How catastrophic would that be? But Windmill was one of those runs where basically the time that I have up there, I've never touched. I put it there to help populate the board so that we could have the board, you know? Same with some of the individual levels that I'm on, that I'm in like 5th place for. You know, I put it there to make the board, and that was that. But yeah, the looking at Trico run sounds really goofy and really fun. Anytime that anybody has other meme runs, do shout me out because I just adore them. Also, in confirmation, Aiden, I have been like subconsciously eating Skittles. Like I haven't actively been paying attention. And yes, I'm saving the orange ones for last. So that does appear to be my true nature. I can't believe that Trico did that jump for Barry. Aw, no glitch. Oh, look! 3! Is this the first time we've ever had 3? That's dope. I'm so happy about that. So, for people who don't understand what just happened, I was trying to despawn these soldiers, and we typically despawn them with just one remaining. So the one in the very far back corner will still be around. Thanks, Trico. But every now and then, we get 2 spawn in, which kind of further supports our idea that they spawn from the back to the front, but we've never had 3. It's only ever been 1, 2, or 4. So now we have 3, which is exciting because this guy was not here at the very end. So that makes me happy. We accomplished something new in this run. Because it's known, like that's why I did that reset instead of letting myself die. It's known that you can get this checkpoint without actually touching the Colosseum floor. But it's interesting to see. I wonder if you can only get 3 if you miss. That wouldn't make sense though, based on our understanding of how it works. Now I'm interested. But anyway, that was cool. A different version of the trick than we're used to. So thankful I don't have to get the helmet here for right now. Trico's taking forever to do this, by the way. But that's okay. Also, hi, AFAM. I see that you're here. I didn't say anything previously because I was focused on the despawn, but... Oh, I didn't split. Ignore me. We're almost there. Compared to how long we've been live so far, we're in the home stretch. Is the battle music playing? This just occurred to me. Did we get the glitch but the music stopped? I feel like I need to watch that fight again. How many armors did he fight? Because there wasn't one in that alcove. Is it possible that it spawned somewhere else? That's very weird. Anywho, something happened in Final Fantasy 14 recently, right? Like, some expansion or something. Does anybody play? Because I just keep hearing about, like, Endwalker or something, and I have no idea what that is. Sure, thank you, Moose. I appreciate that. I'm not really an MMO person either, but I think that the general consensus of whatever this was that came out is that it was very favorable. So, I mean, I guess that's good. It's the end of the story. How does one end an MMO? Because we started to play Final Fantasy 14. Husbando and I did. And he found it overwhelming because we hadn't started from the beginning, right? So there was already like a million things in the game to do. Oh, they're starting on a new arc. That makes sense. So yeah, he was feeling overwhelmed. And for me, like, I'm not a min-maxer. So any game where the primary appeal is I need to get stronger so that I can wield this weapon. Well, why do you need to wield that weapon? Well, so that I can beat this boss to get this better weapon, and like that's just what it does forever. That doesn't super appeal to me, and that's like so in a nutshell what Diablo 2 is, and Husbando adores it. You know, he loves that kind of game. But that's very much like MMO-ish to me, and I'm not like a super big fan of games like that, so I wasn't super into Final Fantasy 14. And like I said, he found it kind of overwhelming, so we didn't play very much. I think we got like to Ifrit, basically. But it's funny that you say it's the end of the story. Has anybody ever watched Sword Art Online Abridged? Because I thrive off of that series. And I was going to say, when's the last time you heard of anybody beating EverQuest? When's the last time you ever heard of anybody playing EverQuest? That's fair. Because MMOs aren't a thing that can be beaten, right? You just play them. Oh, I haven't watched DBZ Abridged forever. Senzubean. Yeah, there's so much content. Like, that's the thing. I get why Husbando feels overwhelmed, you know? Here you go. What were you doing? You pooping? You taking poopy? I don't see any poops. But that would be a world record if you did. So, make it known, my friend. But yeah, like, I kind of thought that the story of Final Fantasy XIV was cool, but as with MMOs, right? It's not like you can just be like, I'm gonna play this for the story. You kind of can't do that because you need to be an appropriate level to do whatever it is you're trying to do. Why does this whole run just suck so bad? Like, actually, why am I losing time? Like, it's fine, but I don't know what I lost time on there. Mort. The true present under the Christmas tree. Christmas Mort.
熱海せたらな、おとつりこうの、いらかぜ、あらさい、いにや
Okay, we're at Cage. We're getting there. Because realistically, the time between Cage and White Tower is not that far, like in between the two. And for me, White Tower is like this big wall in the middle of the run. Where it's like, once you're past White Tower, you can be like, yeah, I'm getting close to the end. You know? Before you get to White Tower, you're like, I'm just mired in this game. So, we're almost there. This is a very long stream for me. I don't think this CJ is still here, which means that I should send a message. What are you doing, Mort? Yep, I can do it. Okay. My 3 final Skittles, all orange. I'm not doing the run here. I am not willing to go back and ride that elevator again. Mort and his twin having a conversation. From my perspective, he's creepily staring at me. I think he's just peeking out right at me. You can put a lot of stuff in Mort's habitat. The basic rules are, if it's made of wood, it can't be made of pine or cedar. If it's not made of wood, it can't be like small enough that he would try to eat it, right? So basically nothing the size of a marble-ish. And aside from that, just nothing with glitter. Because it can get in his eyes. And his ears. So it's fairly simple. He has... We go to, like... Not Joann Fabrics. Michael's, that's what it is. A lot. And just pick up, like, cute little stuff from there. But sometimes it can be frustrating, especially around Christmas, because I want to get him, like... little Christmas tree garlands and things like that, and they all have glitter on them, you know, because it's meant to be sparkly like snow. Yeah, well, to Mort, the safest thing to put in there is food. And it's funny because, you know, for all the more he likes hornworms, he's terrified of, like, worms. Whoopsie. Uh-oh. Bye. Like, if you try to hand Mort just, like, a straight-up worm, he's, like, squints his eyes closed and he's like, oh, this is terrifying. I hate this. You know? And it's like, bro, it's a worm, my man. But if you give him a hornworm, he's like, oh, yeah. I got my butt tickled a little bit by her giant claw there. This is not the best cycle. Yeah, she overshot her mark though, so we're fine. Mort, you look like the most perfectly griddled pancake from this angle. Yeah, Mort does not understand the concept of worms being food. Raphaelos loved worms, and he had no problem with it, but night crawlers, earthworms, doesn't matter. He's like, I don't want any part of this. Take this away from me right now. I mean, Mort's palate is fairly refined. He knows when I give him, like, something that's slightly off-brand. He knows. He eats the little isopods. I have that problem with... I had that problem with Raphaelos, and... I have it with the berries, too. Like... I introduced, when Raphaelos was still a baby, I introduced a bunch of isopods. Because if you don't keep reptiles, isopods are, as Blue Tongue says, like, basically pill bugs. And they clean stuff up for you. Hi, Mort. So, you don't have to clean the reptile cages as much because pill bugs eat things like poop and stuff like that. So you call them a cleaner crew. And it's just these little bugs that live in the substrate and they eat things and it keeps it fresh. And Raphaelos used to just eat them all the time, and I'm like, dude, I'm paying for these to clean your enclosure. That's like eating the cleaning lady. Could you stop? You know? And he would always just find all of the cleaner crew and just destroy everything. It basically took him growing up and getting big enough that a tiny pill bug wasn't worth it before he left them alone. I'm just rolling around for the fun of it, it doesn't matter. Yeah, nom nom cleaning ladies, exactly. Mort, you threw so much stuff in your water. Oh, I think they are relatives to crabs, you're right, because there's like giant ones in the ocean that are like the size of a football. Imagine like a football-sized pill bug. Or roly-poly, I guess some people call them, right? But if I try to release like a dubia roach, which I had on cam before when I did the lizard hangout stream, when I tried to release dubia roaches in there for Mort to hunt and eat and, you know, stimulate his brain and keep him active. Oh, Morty, what was that? He hated that. He avoided anywhere that those dubia were. He's a little diva. Meanwhile, the berries, stick a bok choy in there and they're happy for a week. Whatever. It goes on his way. We'll get here. Also, welcome back, JK. I see that you're here. Hello. Okay, we'll do cage, we get out, we do White Tower. Yeah, it is a very long run, JK, for sure. I'm glad I'm finally getting around to do one, though. Like, I've known the runs long enough that it feels like it's overdue, you know? Yeah, Mort has, like... his own personal Uber Eats driver. Basically, it's me. Trico, could you not, though? I broke my leg, really. But I can't really complain, because he's a cheap eat, you know? Especially because he doesn't eat for half the year. Mort brewmates for quite a while. Some skinks will only brewmate for like a month. Mort brewmates basically from November to like April. So sometimes he'll take a snack. Sometimes he's like, yeah, I don't really care. Like today, when he has 3 slices of banana that he doesn't really care about. I am unsure what's happening. This was potentially just about the worst that I could have asked for. So thank you for that, Trico. No, no, don't touch. No touchy, Trico. No touch, no touch. Don't touch. I got it, my guy. He was trying very much to help, and I appreciate the effort, but he was just gonna make it worse. Well, that is true. Banana mix for very good pillow. Banana pillow. Ring, 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 banana pillow. Still riding the hype of the Argus launch. I will be riding that until the day I die. And of course this run is just like absolute garbage. Compared to what I'm capable of, the fact that I'm on essentially a 326, 327 pace is garbage. But I also haven't done like an actual... I haven't run Last Guardian any percent for literal months at this point. I've always been doing all barrels, the tasks, meme runs, like... I haven't just sat down to do an any percent in months, so... It feels nice to come back to the category, even though it's going poorly. Which, like I said, is fine. I didn't expect to even be remotely in striking range of the world record today, so... For the Tricofecta, so... I'm not at all disappointed to not get it. Whee! Oh, that was actually kind of a... Well, I take it back. I don't like this anymore. I mean, it's fine. Like, it works. Trico, however, is getting over here, so we need to finish. Any new optimizations, like, that I found today? Because obviously Walter's made a ton, but, you know, actually, JK, there was something cool that happened. I intentionally jumped early at Coliseum. Like, I knew Trico's head wasn't close enough to let me land on the Coliseum, like, ramp. But I knew that you could get the checkpoint by just coming close. So I jumped early, and we actually got a 3 armor spawn, which I don't think I've ever seen. We've always gotten, you know, the 1 or 2 armor despawn, and this time we got 3. So that was kind of cool. Yeah, exactly, Blue Tongue. Like, everybody's like, oh, my skinks in brumation, I never see them. Mort just stops eating. As you can very clearly see, he's still up and about all day. Like, this is a pretty typical day for him, just walking around. Christmas time, specifically. He has a lot of stuff in his enclosure. Like, he has empty little boxes, presents, that he can just fling around and dig in and all sorts of stuff for enrichment, and he's up and at him at that most days. It's literally just that he loses his appetite for a while. Oh, I didn't. I am trying to split, and it's not splitting. I promise I didn't lose time there. Hi, Turk Dirk. Here you go. Okay, cage is done. Next goal is White Tower. Once we're done with White Tower, I can feel like we're finally in the home stretch. And this is just a warm-up to Platinum %. I need company for Platinum %. You all can come hang out. You should bring, like, you know, on Twitter, Ryan and I were talking about this yesterday. On Twitter, they have those, like, 1 like equals 1 answer things. Just bring those and ask me a million questions. Keep me awake for Platinum %. December 28th. I don't even know what time I want to start. I think, honestly, I probably want to start at, like, 6 a.m. Eastern. Because if I start getting too close to, like, nighttime, I'm gonna fall asleep. You know? And Husbando should be there with me. So you could even ask Husbando questions. He'll either be sitting immediately next to me on the couch, sleeving a bunch of, like, new cards that he got for his deck building game for Christmas, or he'll be playing Diablo 2 over on the computer. Oh no, certainly not, JK. This is entirely the old route because I just haven't really even had much time to be online. So I haven't absorbed any of what's been added to the run while I've been gone. So this is all old route, which is why we have the time that we have now. You know, we could pretty easily take the Tricofecta world record with the runs that I had today plus Walter's route. Like, that would be fine, you know? Yeah, I haven't watched it either. Hopefully one of the other mods verifiers will hit it because I don't have time to watch it. Oh yeah, if there's gonna be a reaction, that would be good. Oh, another jump, another time we have narrowly avoided being merged into the wall like Aiden was. I worry about it every time. Alright. I was gonna say, okay, come on, Mort. Sorry, Trico. Come on, Treeks. I'm gonna reset there. He didn't seem very, like, interested in me, so... Come on. Oh, come on. Pay attention, my man. Okay, he's got it. Trico is kind of waiting for me. If I could just get up on him, that would be great. You got this, dude. You were doing just fine. So yeah, he'll take this on his own, thankfully. And we're just getting ready to tick over 7 hours. But that does include the 30 minutes of Twitch downtime, so... Cool. Hello, hello, Shinmen Takezo. Welcome. I have almost no voice anymore. Like I was saying to Barry earlier, I don't know how streamers stream for so long. Like, I'm fine to do this from time to time, where I have like an 8-hour stream or something, but... I'm losing my voice. And hey, I worked hard to have the time to do this today. I cleared out an entire week's worth of work ahead of time. Oh, good try, little boy. So that I could have the time to do this today. And I'm pleased with it so far. The Last Guardian obviously can be better. It's unlike me to get a time this slow, but it's still a good time. And the other runs both were like really nice, so I'm very happy with that. So, is anybody doing anything fun for Christmas? I realize that I've been streaming for 7 hours and haven't asked that. We're going to Husbando's family's house, which should be fun, if not a bit tiring, because they have 3 very small children and 2 puppies. And then my family is coming to me, and we're just gonna take that 1 hour at a time. But then, on Sunday, once my family leaves, Husbando and I get to actually have our Christmas, and I'm very excited about that. I've saved all of his, like, really good presents for the Christmas that's just us. Because it sucks, you know? My parents are super immature and everything. So we have to be really, really careful about what presents we give when. And, like, what presents we give in the presence of my parents. Because, like, for example, whoa. Well, technically this is more, you just kind of can't tell. It's not even that the adult stuff stays hidden, it's that they make a big deal out of everything. So, like, I know that... Treeks, why did you jump? Did he miss me? Just now? What is happening? There, jeez. So yeah, like, if... I know Husbando got me a piece of, like, exercise equipment, basically, that I wanted. And I'm really excited about it. Because I've wanted it for a long time. And it's not, like, a huge thing, but we used to have a Bowflex, which my parents got me when I was probably like 10, because I've always been like a fit, workouty kind of person. I guess we're in this scene. I'm gonna check on the dog and everything. I promise I'll finish this story in like 30 seconds. I'll be right back.
Ayu Rabo, Oti Ukaya, Anetu Tara, Ate de Keda Rosi, Adatu, O Nozi, Awo Kuku. O Mara Genara Woso, Inaku Bastizi, Awizi. Okay. Hey, Stocky. Nice to see you. Okay. Dog is fine. Hasn't pooped on the floor. So anyway. I know that Husbando got me... Yeah, see you later, Moose. I know that Husbando got me this piece of exercise equipment, which I'm very excited about. And... my parents got me a Bowflex when I was like 10, because I've always been, you know, interested in that kind of stuff. And it was... not that I'm, like, saying that that was a bad gift, because it wasn't, but, you know, they got me basically the cheapest model, which, again, is fine. It was great. And they put it in the basement, and I used it off and on. The reasons that I didn't use it are varied, and mostly have to do with my parents. But anyway, point is, I had this Bowflex for a long time. I moved out, went to college, you know, husbando and I bought this house. My parents have had the Bowflex the entire time. So, a couple of years back, they brought the Bowflex to our house, and we took it from them so they could have that space in the basement. But at that point, like, we had had this Bowflex for like 20 years, you know? And, like, legitimately, like 20 years. And it was rusty, and it was, like, gross, and we had it set up in our house, and it just got rustier and grosser. And it was time to get rid of it, you know? It got to the point where we weren't using it because of how gross it was, and then there's no point really in having it at that point, right? So we gave it away. We didn't throw it away. We gave it away to someone else who was willing to, like, refurbish it and use it themselves. And I was like, this is great. It gets more life out of it. That's great. And my dad found out about that like a year later and just exploded. He got so angry that we had gotten rid of it. Because I guess they had spent money on it, right? Like 20 years ago. And then we just had the audacity, I guess, to get rid of it. Like, I don't know. They've always had this weird understanding about gifts, that gifts are, like, still the property of the gift giver, if that makes sense. Because, like, I got a gift one time, my first place out of college, my mom got me, like, an IKEA table that was, like, 40 bucks. And when I moved in with husbando, even though it was a gift, she wanted it back. Like, she expected it back. And when I was confused, she got really offended. You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of what I mean. So, Dad was, like, super upset that we got rid of the Bowflex. All of this to say, we are aware that we can't exchange that piece of workout equipment while my parents are at my house. Right? While they're at our house. Because Dad will be reminded of the Bowflex. And then he will get really, really angry. So that's the kind of thing that we have to walk around. Except almost every gift has something like that. It's like, why don't we give this? Oh, well, that'll be like the time that whatever. Okay, well then let's give this instead. Well, no, that'll make Mom think whatever. You know, that's the whole Christmas. And it sucks. It's exhausting. So we need to be really careful with what we give for Christmas. Yeah, that's not how a gift works, right? It's just like, it's really sad to me, I guess, that your view of gifts isn't, I'm so happy I made this other person happy, right? Like, even though my love language is words of affirmation, so like the way that I feel most loved is by somebody telling me, like, you did a good job, I appreciate you, whatever. My love language when I like am dealing with other people is gifts. I love giving gifts to people. I love surprising people in like wholesome ways, not in like the it's just a joke, bro kind of ways, because that's obnoxious. So I can't understand the idea that you would ever give a gift and not just be super excited to see what they thought about it and you know, to be excited that it's theirs now, you know? I don't get it. So this year we have selected one gift each that we are going to give to each other. That I think are basically as safe as possible. And that will be that. And yeah, like last year, we were talking about Nier Automata earlier. Or Automata, depending on how you say it. And 9S was always my favorite character. He has, like a choker thing that he wears sometimes. And Husbando, like, found a replica of it, and it wasn't that expensive, and he was like, oh, this is kind of a cheeky, fun gift, I'm gonna get that for her. So I have 9S's choker, which is cool. It's just like a fun little video game gift that shows that he knew not just that I liked the game, but like who my favorite character was, you know? Just little things like that. It was fun, it was goofy. He realized right at the last minute that that was not something that he could give while my parents were there. And I'm so glad that he did, because he's absolutely right. It's a choker, right? That doesn't have to be weird. But to my parents it does. You know what I mean? Doesn't have to be weird. It's literally a necklace. Yeah, exactly, villain. Like, Husbando's really good at that. That's the kind of gifts that I love giving to, you know. Exactly. That's exactly what it would have turned into, villain. And my parents just have this obsession with being, like, super into, like, stuff that they should not be, you know? Like, they're the kind of people who I think are every queer person's worst nightmare. Because I'm straight, in case that wasn't clear. But I think that, you know, for a lot of people in a lot of non-straight relationships, one thing that they fear is the fact that, you know, if you say, I'm gay, or whatever, the perception is that the first thing that people then think about you is, like, how intimacy works, right? They're those people. They make it super weird right from the beginning. And it's like, or you could not do that. You know, you could just, like, not think about that. And it's just, it's exhausting and weird and gross to be around them, and I hate it. So something that was simple and fun, and it's like, oh, Husbando, this is a really cute, cheeky gift. This is cute, you know? Would absolutely have turned into my parents being like, well, that's not something that you should give in front of us. And us being like, it's from a video game. And them being like, okay, sure. And that's exactly how that conversation would have gone. Husbando! Hi! Nice to see you. We're talking about the the not giving of the 9S choker very strategically for Christmas. How's work going for you, my dear? I don't even know the last time you've actually been here. Well, you better not have been here earlier when I was talking about all the things I got you for Christmas. Which, by the way, the 9S choker is now on Torchic, who's in front of our TV. We still have it, but now that it's not on me, I guess it's not weird anymore. Work is over! Well, come home whenever you like. You will not be disrupting anything. Do you want noodles, Husbando? You're still here? Oh, whoopsie. Are we getting noodles? Because I didn't get the pork out. Ooh. Hey! Oh, Husbando, you were good luck. White tower skip, first try. Be safe, please. Don't die on the way home or I'm gonna be very upset. Why is this taking so long? Go. There we go. Oh. Okay. Bye-bye, Husbando. Husbando, use your resub before you go. He's the one with the Prime account. Oh, thank you, Shavil. Thank you so kindly for the first try White Tower skip. Oh, I also didn't split, by the way, which it's a huge time save. Yeah, villain. Yeah. That's the mood, right? And it's like, what is happening? What? 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 Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Literally crying. I'm sorry. Okay. Because I wasn't paying attention. I was reading chat, and then I just looked up and the boy was helicoptering with nothing around him. Oh. Okay, I'm okay. That was fun. Anyway. I need to go back and watch. Like, I guess Trico just didn't jump. Or like, I don't understand what happened. Anyway. Oh. That encapsulated everything that this entire speedrun has been. Like, it's just been super broken. Anyway, so my point is, we have to be really careful with what we give to my parents. Or like, with my parents in the room. Oh. And so I think we have good stuff. I think I'm literally just giving Husbando a video game. So I don't think that they can do anything, like, weird with that. I'll have to take a picture of the Torchic with the 9S collar, like choker, and put it in my Discord. Oh. Right? I forget that there's people who don't play video games either. It's crazy. What do you do with your time? You know? I'm so glad that Husbando and I have been keeping a list of what we played this year, because I absolutely would have lost track. It's bonkers. I don't feel like we spend that much time playing video games, but it is at the same time, like, our primary hobby, right? But it's not like we're addicted to video games or anything. It's not like some days we just come home and we're like, I kind of don't want to play video games today. Like, that happens. Oh, that was a bounce off of the wall. Well, good enough. But like, it's pretty common. You know, Husbando will come home here. As you saw, he was in chat. And he'll We'll have dinner, we'll watch some YouTube, and by that point, maybe it'll be like 7 p.m. We'll be like, okay, let's you know, just chill and play some video games, and we'll play from 7 until like 9:30 or something. I don't think that that's super weird, and yet the number of games that we've gotten through this year, unbelievable. I would not have thought that we would have gotten through all of the games that we got through. We've seriously gotten through like 30 games or something. It's crazy. And some of them are big. Like, I got through every Assassin's Creed after Unity this year. I don't know. But it's fun. Like, that's a big hobby for us, so it's nice to actually have a list to look back on and be like, wow, it really was this year that we played Octopath, you know? We played Octopath in January, I think. I think it was one of the first games we did this year. I've never heard of Backloggery, but did I manage to cross out Last Guardian? You know, I haven't ever made it all the way to the end, Stocky. Oh, I could have reset sooner. I didn't finish Odyssey on principle. As I understand, Odyssey is really good, but I could not get past how much worse the game was if you didn't pay. And that really, like, took a lot away from me. But I did finish Valhalla. Really enjoyed Valhalla. There's a new, like, update or something, I guess, coming out. But Origins is, like, my jam. Origins is now my favorite Assassin's Creed game of all time. I really, really liked it. And we just finished, last week, we just finished both Cat Quest 1 and Cat Quest 2, which were both really, really fun. And I genuinely just picked those up because when I am, like, judging for speedrun marathons, we get a lot of Cat Quest. And I'm like, what is this? You know? Like, I watch the submission videos and it seems like this cute little thing and I push it through because I like it. But I didn't realize you could do, like, multiplayer in Cat Quest 2. And so we beat Cat Quest 2 multiplayer and that was a lot of fun. Yeah, I got the thing swag points. But sure. The only way that this run is gonna pay the bills. Because this is really slow. But that's fine. Yeah, that sounds really cool, actually. I'm gonna Google this. But yeah, like, even if you would have asked me when did you play ICO for the first time, I would have said last year. And it turns out that it was actually like March or April of this year, so time flies when you're having fun, you know? And we cleared up the vast majority of our backlog. I think the main thing that's still in the backlog that is kind of like a big deal, in quotes, is Final Fantasy VII Remake. But Husbando made a good point that, you know, we should probably just wait until they're closer to actually being done with all of the content for that, and then we'll do it. Thanks for hanging out, Stocky. Have a good day. Yeah, I did. I ran Last Guardian for 3 years before I ever played ICO for the first time. And, like, ICO mildly interested me for the same reasons that Last Guardian is interesting, you know? Like, you escort your AI companion. It's like the Pathless with Pickles. It's just you got your little friendo and you're on a big adventure together, you know? That's my kind of game. But I think that if it weren't for the Tricofecta, I might never have actually played it myself. I might have just like watched somebody else play it at some point. Because I'm kind of in that spot with a couple games where it's like, I'd rather watch somebody play this than do it myself. Uh-oh. This is... her tail. Oh, her tail is stuck. Help! Trico, move! No, no. Uh-oh. Am I on his butt? Or am I still up above? Okay, I'm still up here. Whew, that was close. But like, Bioshock? We started to play the Bioshocks. I was like kind of into it. Husbando kind of wasn't. And so we might like watch people play Bioshock. Because the gameplay wasn't really appealing to either of us. It was just like the story was something that I thought was nice. Yeah. This run-through has just been super wonky, because you can even see with her tail right now. It's like facing backwards. There's some sort of weird collision going on with her. And that's why I almost didn't make it through their legs, because her tail got stuck and it kept knocking me over. This run has just been a real piece of work. Okay, I don't see spears, which I'm not the biggest fan of. But I did want to be at Nom Nom's when Husbando got home, so can I have this, please? So we're ahead of that, which is good. Oh, that was close. I've never had it happen, but technically, hypothetically, it should be possible. Okay. Get this guy. And we're almost at the end. My eyes are still moist from literally weeping at White Tower Skip, so... Oh. See, when it's something like that, I like to watch... Like, for example... I don't want to be standing here. For example... If somebody wanted to watch a playthrough of The Last Guardian and they didn't want to play the game themselves, something like Jacksepticeye's first playthrough of it is just glorious. He loves the game, and his reactions, you know, are authentic in a way that mine wouldn't be. Those are the kind of things that I like to watch when I don't want to play a game. But to be quite honest, it's pretty rare that I don't want to just play a game for myself. 99% of the time, I'd rather play it and experience it myself than watch somebody else play it, you know? That was potentially the worst bit of physics that I could have gotten on that barrel. Boy, pick it up. You just really get the vibe that he's like so there for it, you know? Well, maybe I will also be bad at Undertale. We will see. That might be something fun to do, like, in January, when I'm taking a break from Last Guardian after Treeksmas. You know? We are currently playing Final Fantasy X-2, We finished Final Fantasy. Husbando has played Final Fantasy X before. I am proud of myself, okay? Because I told you that I'm not very good at RPGs. But I made it to the fight on Mount Gagazet in Final Fantasy X, which is like way more than halfway before I got stuck. So we played it together so that I could see the end of the game, and then we ended up, you know, getting the plat for it. And Husbando was like, I really want to play 10 too. And I'm like, isn't that the J-pop one? And he's like, oh yeah, totally. And we're playing through it now. And we're playing through it with a guide from the beginning explicitly so that we can get 100% completion. Which is something we almost never do. But it is just not a good game. I don't know, like maybe it'll grow on me. But yeah, I know Foxy loves that game. But the fact that we both ran around for like 20 minutes yesterday, each trying to figure out why the guards wouldn't let us into the forest. Like, and then we found out that what we had to do was just go talk to a guy in a cave and on a completely different part of the map, and then we can go into the woods. Like, oh, it was just it was exhausting. But we're getting there. As far as I'm concerned, when it comes to RPGs, I want to get through, I want to see the story. That's fine. As far as Husbando is concerned, if we're starting 10-2, we are completing 10-2, 100%. Oh, you know, 100% completion. And so in that way, we're very different. But I really enjoy reading guides out loud. So it ends up working because he's like, I want to get 100% in this. And I'm like, I want to not feel overwhelmed about how much we have to do. Let's use a guide, you know? Shavil, I swear to God, I thought you were telling the truth. I thought that that was a real thing. I didn't address it, but I thought that it was a real thing. Yeah, that's usually the way that I am, villain. Like, it's really rare that we use guides. It's just that both of us kind of only care like 20% about Final Fantasy X-2. That we're like, just use a guide from the beginning. The only time that we really use guides is like, for example, if we're doing Dark Souls and we're trying to get the plat and we know that like there's something you can do really, really wrong to cause this person to not show up and then you're just kind of screwed. Yeah, okay, then we'll look at a guide. But we are both very much like pick through every tiny little corner kind of people. Which is why Breath of the Wild was so fun. We spent so much time in that game. Like I said, all of the Koroks. And out of that, out of all of the Koroks, there are 2 Korok puzzles that I remember. Because of how much I hated them. So I think that's probably pretty high praise. Which 2? There's one where you have to, like, stasis a boulder uphill and into a very tiny hole that's basically exactly the size of the boulder. And there's one where you have to get a tree to land diagonal-wise on somebody's roof so that you can walk up and carry a boulder up the tree and onto their roof. And Link would just not stay on that goddamn tree. Whoa. Okay, I'm here though. So I remember those 2 like vividly. Hundreds and hundreds of Koroks, and those are the 2 that I remember vividly. Is there like an all Korok speedrun? Because that sounds like a great way to torture yourself. I say as I run the last Guardian Platinum %, like,
What rate do I really have to talk? Asbando! Hi! I'm kind of close to the end.
Pretty good. So Uni, I was like 80% of the way home, and I realized when you asked me if I wanted noodles, maybe actually you wanted noodles.
It's okay.
Do you want me to go get you noodles?
No, I don't need noodles. I'm okay.
Go get-
I like Taco Bell, but I'm fat and I don't need Taco Bell. I'll just have cereal.
Talk about Taco Bell once you...
What? We can talk about Taco Bell. Huh. Oh. Thank you. Apparently we're going to talk about Taco Bell, which means Husbando desperately wants Taco Bell and wants me to realize that I also want Taco Bell. We had Taco Bell on Saturday, by the way. Uh, it's not called Taco Bell. Don't talk, just do. Okay, so Taco Bell, you get, if you order on the app, which of course we have the app, and of course we are the highest ranked member because we've earned like 1 billion points. You get this online exclusive box that has a cheesy gordita crunch, beefy 5-layer burrito, none beans, extra cheese, cinnamon twisties, and a large blue slushie. Add dollar menu cheesy chicken spicy quesarito thingy? What's it called? It's like a chicken chipotle wrap. That's what it's called. I cannot see. And that's how you make like a fantastic, varied Taco Bell meal. Literally everybody in chat is now getting Taco Bell. I see how this works. We were just gonna have cereal for dinner because we ate like way too much yesterday at the function thing that we were at. Yeah, there's no Taco Bell by you. We don't have a Dairy Queen that has food near us. We just have like the ice cream Dairy Queens, and that just constantly makes me sad. Oh, also, I didn't split. Hey Foxy, welcome back. You missed my rant about Final Fantasy X too, which we are now currently playing and suffering. We're going with a guide, like right from the beginning. Our Taco Bell is not a KFC Taco Bell. Like, the Taco Bell that we trust is not a KFC Taco Bell. But those are around here. Oh, like, if you're worried about spoilers, Foxy, I'm perfectly fine. That's okay. Well, we don't trust the other ones because they never have our food. I've talked about this before, like, how the restaurants around us, even before COVID, have just been, like, hot, spicy garbage. And that's not a slight against the people who work there because they're doing their best, but I don't know what it is. It's just like, you leave our house and you need to have at least 3 plans of what food you want from 3 different places, because you're not going to be guaranteed which of them are open, which of them are taking orders, which ones have lost your order somewhere in the process, which ones just don't give you your food. Like, it's really not great. So we have one Taco Bell that we trust that basically always is open, is taking orders, and gives us food that is approximately 90% correct. And that's like hugely above average for our area, so we only ever go to that Taco Bell. Never trust a Taco Bell, but get it anyway. It's just part of the experience. If you have to fight for your food, it makes it taste better. If there's a chance that you might not get it, you savor it more. Is it because I'm Canadian? You Canadians. Your maple syrup and your Taco Bells that function. Bondo, you made everybody want Taco Bell. Oh, good. I wondered what we ordered, but turns out we ordered nothing. Is it another huge box?
That's me.
Alright. So that's like the third dyslexic male person that we've had. I guess they're doing pretty good though. We can take it down later.
Oh.
What?
Yeah, 3 pieces of mail for the same person
Uh-huh.
who doesn't live here, but
Yeah.
2 of the 3 are addressed are correct. The third one isn't, but it's to the same person.
Well, it's all trash.
It was a handwritten letter.
Oh, that's sad. I don't like when you get handwritten letters for somebody, but it's not you.
It might be someone who lives somewhere else here. We'll look into it.
Yeah. Okay. No, he didn't eat any of his narnars. So I would have been like perfectly done on time, but then like the whole world exploded for a hot second.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so yes, that does appear to be the case. So like Apex was down and MMOs were down and all sorts of stuff. So Twitch was down for half an hour. And I stayed live for that half an hour, but I didn't accomplish anything, so I'm half an hour behind. Which is why I'm still playing. Okay. Enjoy your book. As Bondo has departed, he's going to read a book. Aiden, I used to have that problem with IHOPs. Like, I really, really wanted to go to an IHOP. And so the first time I ever went to one, I was 18, because we didn't have any in my area. We specifically made a point to stop on the way to check out the college that I eventually got accepted into, because I had never been to one, and it was like 2 hours, I think, from home. I can do more than one Tricofecta in a year. Like, this is much more doable than, like, a plat percent. You know, plat percent, I don't really see myself doing more than one of those a year, which is why plat percent takes $250,000. Or not dollars. If you want to give me $250,000, I'll do a plat percent for you. It takes 250,000 channel points in order to... Ryan! What are you doing? Aww. Thank you. That's so nice of you. Well, let's let the alerts play. I think I talked... No, I didn't. I thought I talked through all of them, but thank you, Ryan. That's so kind of you.
I appreciate it. This has been fun, and it's been great to have all of you just kind of come and hang out, because with long runs, it's always nice to have people around to talk to, and y'all are cute. I will, however, give my voice a break. Hi, I see you in there. Peeking through the wall. Alright, so we're almost there. This is not a good time for this run, but we're almost there. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, Barry. It's been nice to have you throughout the day. I forget what it is that you're playing tomorrow. Oh, you're doing the potion maker thing, right? That should be fun. Hopefully you have the time for it, right? Yeah, I'd like for Treeksmas to be a more popular thing. Get more people playing Last Guardian in December. Just doing like pointless meme runs, 12 days of Treeksmas, whatever, you know? Spend some time with Trico. Also, I'm very excited to watch that clip again. Even if the VOD from today is like broken because of what happened with Twitch and it doesn't actually save or something, as long as I have that clip, it'll all be worth it. That clip at the White Tower. Well, there you go, Shaviel. Whoa! Thanks to you, I have now permitted on my channel the term French is worse. For some reason, Nightbot was like, no, unacceptable. Yeah, I was thinking that, Barry, because, you know, we always talk about how all of these things happen in real time, right? And that's why you can get different, like, scenes every time where something different will happen. So, then why did the boy move? You know, if the boy was supposed to be calculated in real time with Trico's mouth, and Trico's mouth wasn't there, why was he moving? Alright, Treeks, you ready? It's sad that we're gonna be within 10 minutes of the world record across, you know, basically an 8-hour run, but I didn't really expect to be that close, so I'm very happy with this. I do actually want to be on Trico's head, if he'll let me. Let's finish this as strong as we can. I would like to think you're doing something very right, Shaviel. So yeah, if we basically stay around the current time loss gain that we have, we'll be within 5 minutes of the world record, I believe. We shall see. We won't know exactly. Like, as soon as I'm done with these splits, we won't know exactly because you have to go back and, like, look at the times individually, but... Stop. Treeks, can you leave? Thank you. Alright, we can hope that Trico behaves. The last time I got to this point in a run, I think it was the all barrels. This went so poorly. So, we'll see. Oh, that armor stepped out of the way. He would have died if he had stayed a little bit further to the left. Also, I do not want this here because the boy's just gonna grab it. I don't like Trico down here with me. There we go. Treeks, let me go. Not like that, though. Oh, boy. Alright. Alright. No shield over there. Hi. Stop. Oh, Trico didn't get that guy. Got that one, though. It's always refreshing to do these fights. The fights are some of my favorite part of the speedrun because doing fights well is really like an acquired skill, and it's really fun to have them be slightly different every time. Also, hi Mort. Weirdo. Because yeah, like doing fights is just kind of a standard. They happen, you can let them happen around you. Doing them quickly requires like a lot of adaptability and fine-tuning based on whatever it is that Trico decides to do, so it's fun. It's different every time. Nice. Good time save. I really just... the end game is my favorite part. It's the part that I'm best at. Yeah, for sure, Walter. When it comes to, like, consistency and, like, not losing time when you really need to not lose time, these final fights are just really, really tough. Because they're so hard to control. You know, there's just so much about them that you have no control over. And yeah, for me, having not just sat down and done an any percent, turn the camera in literal months, like, I'm fine with this time. Obviously, I can do a lot better. These guys are being such trolls, look at them. They'll all line up in the door, though. Poosh. Is this guy not... oh, hi. How did you not die? Stop. You goober. When have you ever seen me get caught in this elevator? Like, for real. It's crazy. Come here. Alright, good enough. Welcome back, Moose. Nice to see ya. Is that both armors? Yes, it is. Good enough. So yeah, we'll be within just a few minutes of the world record here for the Tricofecta, but there's a lot that I can improve on. And we don't even know if the time's going to be valid because of what happened with Twitch. So I'm not... no matter what, it's fine. I completed one, and I'm very proud of both of the ICO and the Shadow of the Colossus segments. Goobers, I tell ya. Goobers one and all. Cool. And still, somehow, that was better. We could be basically on pace for a 322, which 322 is still like not that great. So it just goes to show that I've kind of fallen out of practice a bit. Where you going, Mort? But we'll see what happens on Friday as well, since we have the race on Friday. So yeah, as a reminder, I am streaming Last Guardian on Friday, continuing Treeksmas, but I will not be on my channel. I will be on... If somebody associated with Team ICO could post the link. Aiden, I don't know if you're still here. Otherwise, I'll get it here in a bit. We're going to be on Team ICO Speedruns, the Twitch channel. So I will be streaming, but we're all going to be hanging out there for the race, so... Trico's gonna knock me down. Alright, good. Stop. Stop! He should not have been able to grab me. I was holding the mirror. Slam! No, no, no. No, no. I'm gonna take my chances on this guy, even though the guy behind me is opening up with a shield. Yeah, he got it out. My hope was that just having the mirror up in his general direction would be sufficient. Alright. Get it, Treeks. Good job. That will, however, interfere with the next guy. What was that? So we'll see how this plays out. Guys on the terrace are gone, though, so that's nice. This guy's just standing here like a weirdo. Just being like, what am I supposed to do? I don't know. I don't like this setup either. Trico's gonna kill that guy. He's gonna shoot this one, and the door's gonna open before I can get over there. Yep. I could exactly predict that that's what was gonna happen. Trico, I need you to get this guy. This is so unhelpful. Just grab this, please, because there's gonna be another guy over there with an eyeball who apparently didn't bring his out. Alright, well, I'll accept that. I'm very tired, Rick, for sure. Which, to some very minor extent, is contributing to how well this fight is going, but mostly it's just that I made a poor decision at the beginning, and that has lasting consequences. I made a poor decision about the first mirror, and that impacted how the second and third mirrors came out. Thank you, Moose, for posting that link. So yeah, that Team ICO Speedruns is going to be the location of the race on Friday. The race, I think, has 8 people, which is really exciting. Of varying skill levels, from world record holder to basically general newbies, so it should be a lot of fun. And there's Mort. It starts at 4 p.m. Eastern, which, look at whatever time it is now for you, an hour ago, essentially. So whatever time an hour ago was for you, that's when the race will be on Friday, on that channel that Moose linked, Team ICO Speedruns. Oh, we are almost there. I am proud of my own endurance in doing this run. I'm proud that I finished a Tricofecta. We've just passed the 8-hour mark. And of course that does include, as I said, the 30 minutes that Twitch was down. Come on, Treeks. That was my own fault too. Like, I confused him a little bit there. So that was on me, why he was slow. Thanks, Barry. It's a big difference. Like, I usually feel super fatigued at the end of just the last Guardian run at about 3.5 hours. So this is super, super long for me. And the fact that my time is like okay in the last Guardian by the time that I'm here is... I'm pleased with that, you know? I definitely think that I did this in the right order. I think that if I were doing Shadow right now, it would be a lot worse. Because I'm tired, you know, I'm losing my voice. I think that I would not be doing the run very well. So I definitely think that having my most comfortable game at the end was the right choice, even though it was the longest. So maybe we'll take the Tricofecta world record someday. It's not really like super important to me. It'd be cool, but we came within 5 minutes today, so. And that was going against Tic Tac, who either has or almost has the world record in Shadow of the Colossus. So I'm quite proud of the time that I was able to do for my first Tricofecta. It can definitely get a lot better, and my last Guardian can just not be spicy garbage. Cause yeah, for me, anything above a 320 is what I would consider to not be good. And that's okay. You know, it's not like I'm upset about it or anything. It's just like my average tends to be below 320. So I'd like to kind of stick on track with my average when I can, or else it won't be my average anymore. But like I said, I haven't just run straight any percent for months. So I'm not gonna hold myself to that high of a standard. I'm not gonna be like, oh, I'm just gonna come back to Last Guardian any percent for the first time in 3 months and expect to get a 315, which was the former world record, like a year ago, you know? That seems unreasonable, so. Getting in the realm of a 322 is very nice. Elf! See, I told you I'm losing my voice. Elf, hello! How are you doing? Nice to see you. If Trico's pooping, I want to know about it. Is Trico pooping? Hi, well, we're here with him, so we'll sit. Thank you for the resub, Elf. It's nice to see ya. How you doing? Ooh, that took a little bit of a long time to trigger. I feel that, Elf. Thanks for hanging out. I hope things get better. I felt so bad, Moose. I was watching somebody play this for the first time. And they got to this part with the fan, and they were like super upset because they also thought that Trico was getting hurt, but they were also getting like super, super dizzy. And I wanted to just give them a hint, but like, see, you can see that scene took a little bit longer to trigger. I wanted to like give them a hint, but I didn't want to tell them what to do, but they like had to close their eyes. They couldn't even look because it was making them so dizzy, and I felt really bad, and I was like, oh no, this is the emotional climax and you're like suffering, you know? Yeah, we'll see what happens with the VOD. Once I go offline, we'll see if it actually exists. Hi, Noodle. Oh. What are you eating? What are you eating? Don't eat that, honey. Oh, big yawn noodle. Oh, it's so good. Sorry. You don't see the noodles yawn very often. I'm very glad that the gameplay did not quite start yet because I was not paying attention. I always forget that there's this little scene. Because right when Trico turns his head to the left, I always want to reset. And there's always this extra little bit here. Alright, almost there. Oh, I wish there was a way to make this part faster. Almost there. Okay, we're coming in. Whew. Oh, I don't like that. That was lucky. I should have gotten knocked down by the shockwave of her foot hitting the ground. Alright, lucky tail pull maybe? Sub 325, easy. I don't see why this wouldn't be sub 324. Okay, let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. I should have used the quick grab instead. Make sure I didn't dangle there. Alright. Yoink. Good drop. That was nice. Oh, and I landed on my feet. That was ideal. That was perfect. I'm still losing time for some reason, but not first shot though. Hey, 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 hey. Hello. Please let me shoot my thing. I would like a 323, please. Thank you. Okay. That's it. That's the end. That is an entire Tricofecta. Oh, wait, hold on. Bam. I forgot to stop the other timer. So we did it! Oh, we did all 3 games. And a 323 is an absolutely not characteristic of me Last Guardian time, but considering how long I took a break from it, that's just fine, you know? I'm just fine with that. And, yes, Barry, this is my very first time doing a Tricofecta. I don't know if it'll qualify because of the Twitch thing earlier. Could mess with the VOD or whatever, but it was still fun. And we know the time that I got, so that's it. Thanks everybody. The biddies, the gifted subs, just hanging out. You didn't even have to like do anything. I appreciate you all being here. Yeah, that's also true, Trivial. Like, you know, at some point you just start to get tired. But I'm not gonna keep Husbando waiting. I know that he's hungry, likely for Taco Bell. So I'm gonna. Oh, thanks, Villain. I'm gonna go get him and get some dinner. Who is streaming? Because there's a bunch of people streaming now that I am never live to raid. I'm torn between Bucci, who's playing Crash, and Sunny, who is playing Minecraft. Mithy Moo just started. Yeah. Crash or Minecraft? I would tend to raid the smaller streamer. Yeah, Sunny is a good dog. Sunny is a very good dog. So let's raid Sunny. Sunny is a good butter dog. Let me get my headphones on. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, everybody. I know it's like bedtime for a lot of people who typically watch me, because if you watch me in the morning, you're probably in Europe. So you would have had to stay up late to be at the end of this. Which I appreciate. I appreciate all of you just chilling and making it easy for me to stay live for this long. I don't usually stay live for this long, and it is tiring to do 3 speedruns back to back. So it was nice to have all of you here. Lots of fun conversations, just lots of good people. So yeah, don't forget Friday, Team ICO speedruns on Twitch. We will be doing the Last Guardian race with a bunch of people. And then next Tuesday, we will be doing the Chat Plays Last Guardian, so you're gonna try to mess with me while I try to finish the game. Should be lots of fun. But I will see you on Friday. That is an hour and a half ago. Whatever time it was for you, an hour and a half ago, is the time that the Last Guardian race will be starting on Friday on Team ICO Speedruns. I'll post it in my Discord and on Twitter as well. But let's go say hi to Sunny. Wish Sunny a good day, and thanks for hanging out, everybody. Be safe out there, and stay excellent. See you later.